Good morning, members of the public and council members. So we are beginning our meeting with staff tasking, and I will hand over the mic to Diana Evans.
Good morning, council members. We have a number of different items to cover here in the staff portion of the staff presentation. But maybe I'll start with the action memo. Wanted to highlight, as you normally have under this agenda item, you have the action memo, the 3-meeting outlook. We posted a revised 3-meeting outlook just yesterday to discuss during this portion of the agenda. Our normal documents about the groundfish work plan, council staff responsibilities, and looking ahead to the future agendas. We also have a couple of committee reports that we'll cover here during this presentation as well. But I wanted to start off just to highlight in the action memo, you can see the list of anticipated future advisory group meetings. We have a few plan teams and committees meeting between now and into January. We've also highlighted all of the research priorities meetings. You heard that in staff tasking, in the B reports, the reminder that we will be having a series of our plan teams will be meeting to talk about research priorities between now and February to provide input to the SSC's review and then the council's review in February and April. We also touched on the B reports, a little bit on the programmatic EIS update that's highlighted in the staff tasking memo. But just to remind you of what that entails, last June, you initiated action to develop a programmatic environmental impact statement, and the objectives of that PEIS were to consider changes to the management policy and objectives of the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska federal fisheries, the management policies and objectives that looking to ensure that the management framework is adequate to meet forthcoming challenges, current and forthcoming challenges with federal fisheries, recognizing the significant climate-related impacts to the ecosystem. And you identified an action alternative that highlighted some pathways for that, looking at developing climate resiliency tools, pathways to incorporate the knowledge base and new tools in the face of uncertainty. In your motion specifically, you had requested that begin with the NEPA scoping process. We've talked a lot at this meeting about the implications of the Fiscal Responsibility Act and the changes to the NEPA process. And we mentioned in the B reports that staff in consultation with council leadership wanted to bring this item back to the council because new information about the effect of your motion, what it would mean to begin that NEPA scoping process over the summer would be on the time constraints for both the agency and the council. So we're looking to touch base with you about what your priority is for the initiation of that programmatic analysis moving forward in the context of other actions that and priorities that you've identified. We have on our 3-meeting outlook, we still have tentatively listed. It had originally been our intent to refine alternatives for the programmatic in December, but based on this conversation that we have today, might need to adjust that depending on what direction you provide us on how to move forward. The Ecosystem Committee talked specifically about this issue and another issue, and perhaps I'll invite Dr. Watson to come and give the Ecosystem Committee report on this, and then I can circle back on some more conversations about the programmatic in relation to the IRA funding proposals.
Good morning, Council. Nicole Watson, Council staff. And I wanted to provide the Ecosystem Committee report for you today. The Ecosystem Committee held a virtual meeting on September 28th, and I have provided links to the e-agenda and the report from that meeting. They're included both in the October Council e-agenda and integrated within this presentation. The agenda items that were covered included changes to NEPA procedures, the Inflation Reduction Act funding, the programmatic EIS, and marine conservation areas. The committee appreciated each presentation, and discussion primarily focused on the future of the programmatic and ways to move forward. Some members did voice frustration regarding the council's omission of one of the committee's recommended alternatives, the use of adaptive in place of precautionary in the language of law alternatives, and the omission of the preamble text. Public comments regarding NEPA, IRA funding, and the programmatic included general support for an adequate range of reasonable alternatives and the committee recommendations from May. The importance of forward progress on the programmatic EIS, recognition that it is an iterative process that is now constrained by a compressed timeline, the importance of continued collaboration and comprehensive scoping, the need for an ecosystem-based approach from copepods, seabirds, harvested and non-harvested species, the rapid rate of change, the role and status of Alaska Native groups, and incorporation of local and traditional knowledge. The committee appreciated the presentation on marine conservation areas and was satisfied with the work that has been completed thus far. The committee discussed the need to increase accessibility of the information to the public in a useful format and concerns that past progress and current conservation efforts are not widely known or appreciated. Public comment noted concerns with the benthic footprint of pelagic trawling and concerns with pelagic impacts on benthic habitat. The Ecosystem Committee stressed the urgency of moving the programmatic EIS forward and passed the motion you see here without opposition. I will summarize what is in the motion. The Ecosystem Committee understands the constraints the NEPA changes will put on council processes, but recommends the council look at funding sources available and move forward with publication of the notice of intent for the programmatic EIS. The committee reiterates the points that were made in its previous recommendations and requests the council reconsider changes made in order to realign it with the original recommendations provided. There was no opposition to the motion. And I also just wanted to refresh everyone on the timeline that the programmatic has been in front of the Ecosystem Committee. So as you can see here, this provides information on when the programmatic has been discussed at Ecosystem Committee meetings, and also when public testimony or requests for input have been put in. And this does also include the September Ecosystem Committee. The next meeting is tentatively scheduled for December. However, this will depend on the agenda determination for items and could be pushed to February, dependent on agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll see if there are any questions or if Mr. Twite would like to add anything as committee chair. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Watson, for your report. I wondered if you had a little bit more background on the bullet on about the committee understanding the constraints of the new IRA timeline, but wanting to move forward with publication of the notice of intent for the programmatic. Was that move forward with that right away, regardless of it potentially constraining public input, or move forward in the near future once we have a plan on how to get all the public input and still meet that timeline? I just need a little more detail. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. The committee did view the importance of continued public input on the item, however, did stress the urgency to move forward with the programmatic, understanding that there is now timeline constraints, but also that there is potential for additional funding. And I will leave it to Mr. Twite if he would like to provide additional information.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Watson. I attended remotely about half of the ecosystem committee the first part of the day. I thought you did an excellent job, as well as our our chair. I thought it was really great. I thought you had you got great people on the committee too as well. I was really impressed with the level of comments and stuff. So you mentioned that we're, the scheduling for the next meeting is dependent on what we do with our 3-meeting outlook. I assume you're talking about the programmatic EIS, whether that stays in December or not, or was there other things that you're waiting to see whether that meeting happens in December or February? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downs, through the chair. Yes, it does greatly depend on what comes out as far as tasked items from the council to the ecosystem committee after we are finishing staff tasking here. It was widely dependent on how we feel best to go forward with the programmatic. Typically, we do also have additional agenda items that are usually seen in February. But again, it is really dependent on what comes out of staff tasking today.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Dwight.
Just wanted to recognize that Nicole is now a PhD and congratulate her. I know that was brought up at the beginning of the meeting, but again, just the opportunity to say to you in person, Dr. Watson, congratulations. That's a notable achievement.
Yes, congratulations and apologies, Dr. Watson.
Okay, so moving on from the ecosystem committee, I wanted to touch on I think the related issue or potentially related issue of the IRA funding. We talked about that with a staff paper in the view reports, and with the intent that the council would circle back to that and hopefully provide the staff with some direction at staff tasking. Since over the course of the meeting, staff have put together a conceptual approach that's posted under E on our E agenda under staff tasking, trying to outline, based on some of the comments from the SSC and also some of the discussion of the council during view reports and some of the public testimony, what an approach might be moving forward. I think we got the sense from both the SSC and the council that you're interested in focusing any new funding opportunities on some of your existing priorities that you're already having trouble kind of finding the capacity to move forward. And so the approach that's outlined here in this sort of 3 pages, the first page is really just recaps a little bit about what the parameters of the funding proposal are. But the remaining 2 pages focus on using the opportunity of the programmatic EIS that you initiated in June as a vehicle to provide to have the council work through some strategic direction with respect to climate ready fisheries. As I mentioned in the earlier introduction here, in your motion in June, you outlined specific pathways that you're interested in the programmatic alternative evaluating, looking at, as I say, adaptive management policy and objectives, opportunities to incorporate local and traditional knowledge, new tools. We could evaluate those in a programmatic and be able to look both at drawing on the climate readiness synthesis work, the strengths and weaknesses of status quo management and opportunities to use those new tools to address risk or challenges from climate change moving forward as needed. So that could be one aspect of the IRA funding proposal, is some additional capacity to be able to work on that analysis. And then at the same time, that would be able to provide an opportunity for the council to evaluate specifically, are there new tools that you want to put in place and you want to implement in our process? I think some of those we've had discussions about already through the SSC workshop in particular, and some of the ideas that came out of that with respect to harvest control rules. So tying together, perhaps we could begin work on a couple of these tools specifically related to harvest control rules that the council's already shown interest in, and the SSC is in particular has shown interest in, that ties in with, the national level workshops in 2024 for SCS 8. And at the same time, working on this strategic view of climate resilient fisheries through the programmatic, by having that multi-pronged strategy, we would be able to use this funding to hopefully through contract assistance, staff hire, and some extra funding for the workshops that we might use to support development of these concepts. We could put together a proposal for you that would be responsive to this funding opportunity and also be in line with the council's existing priorities and goals. So that's what's outlined in the staff proposal. Obviously, we're looking forward to hearing direction from you when you get to your discussion. The other question that we had, the staff posed in that B report paper is, what is your interest in a process for reviewing kind of the development of this proposal? One suggestion would be to bring this back in December, either as a B report or as an agenda item. If you're interested in, well, whatever projects you're interested in, we can line out what we think that would look like in terms of timeline and capacity needs and trade-offs, if there are any, with other council priorities, and bring that back to you for discussion in December before we have to submit a proposal. If you are interested in pursuing something with the programmatic, I think we could try to bring back perhaps a work plan that also laid out the process for and the timeline for further developing that programmatic. I think, as we have identified as staff, based on the council's June proposal, the next step is really to get some more input about how to refine those alternatives and when we would want to schedule that opportunity, signaling the public to provide that input to help develop that project. So that's the conceptual approach that's described here. If they're happy to answer any questions on that if you have any. Otherwise, we could move on to another component of the staff tasking.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Evans, I think one of the difficult elements that's in front of us still on this in terms of timing is trying to think about how to maximize the council's ability to develop the programmatic in a partnership with a lot of the Western Alaskan stakeholders and others who've really indicated they want a significant role in how that goes, and managing that along with the sort of the time clock that we now have with NEPA to make sure that we're not in a position where we're short circuiting necessary conversations. And I'm wondering if the concept paper that you were talking about bringing forward, that staff could bring forward if the council requests it in December, could either suggest some options or suggest a way to try to sort of optimize how we work both prior to formal NEPA and during formal NEPA to make sure that we don't end up with, I mean, I think there's two potentially undesirable outcomes if we're not smart about this. One is putting out a product that our stakeholders collectively don't feel a lot of ownership in because they felt excluded from it by the time frame, or the other is putting out a product that had a lot of conversation but wasn't able to bring enough of them to fruition to actually be able to capture anything in the product, and so ending up with a product that essentially says nothing. And either of those would be a really unfortunate outcome. So if staff could sort of put some thought into how to within those new constraints, think about one or a couple of options for how to navigate that. I think I at least would find that very useful.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, we can certainly think about any how we would apply the NEPA regulations would fit in with the council's development of a programmatic if we were to come back, if you directed us to come back with that information.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just to build a bit on the background that Ms. Evans provided here, Mr. Witherell had expressed some concern about what the expectations were in NIMS headquarters for these proposals, how funding would play out, how much specificity we would need to have up front, et cetera. I did have the opportunity to have a conversation with Kelly Dennett over the weekend, Director of the Office of Sustainable Fisheries in NIMS headquarters, and she subsequently traded emails with Mr. Witherell about this, and it sounds like there is some flexibility for a bit of an iterative approach where we can put forward some concepts and flesh out some of the details a bit later. So that's good to hear. I just wanted to mention that for background.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans. I'm just trying to follow along with the proposal concept. And so if this went forward and we use the competitive part of the proposal to move forward with the programmatic, that list of other updated priorities the council could support through IRA funding, the bulleted list on the bottom of page 1, are those the types of things that you envision, or the proposal envisions could be these additional, getting to these additional tools that result from the programmatic? Several of them seem so related, but I didn't know if I was reading that correctly, if you were anticipating these would be completely different projects. Should we have enough funding through the IRA to move forward with multiple projects?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the list at the bottom of page 1 is the priorities that NIMS has identified that councils, any council proposal must be related to at least one of these priorities. And I think you're correct in that there are several of these. I can think of several actions that the council could take that could relate to a number of these different priorities. The specific tools that we have been talking about so far would be the bottom of pages 2 and 3, or excuse me, bottom page 2, top of page 3. Those are things that have specifically came out of the SSC minutes as ideas and projects that our council might be interested in moving forward.
A follow-up, Madam Chair, I completely misspoke. I was trying to reference the ones on the bottom of page 2 and whether they were related or could come out of the programmatic review as new tools, or whether these are totally separate from that effort.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that there is a relationship between the programmatic, but it's at that kind of more strategic versus implementable level. So in terms of looking at harvest control rules and changes to our harvest control rules, I think there is a strategic policy choice if the council is interested in how responsive you want your harvest control rules to be to your concept of risk and understanding, the objectives for your fisheries, the implementation of how you actually make those changes and what that looks like and how those harvest control rules will be used on an annual basis. That is a tactical level project. So the way that at least one concept of how we could move forward with the IRA funding is recognizing that through the programmatic, we want to have that big picture look and make sure that we're having a comprehensive evaluation of the potential tools that are available for the council to use that align with the policies that you want to use in managing federal fisheries. Harvest control rules is one that you've already identified some interest in making changes to. We could, in my mind, have a parallel process where we try to see whether we can begin some baseline work to evaluate at a tactical level changes to harvest control rules while we are also having that strategic policy level discussion through the programmatic about how exactly we want our risk policy with respect to specifications and harvest control decisions to manifest.
Thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Okay, so moving on from IRA funding then for a moment, the next component of the staff presentation, earlier this week, there was a workshop on the trawl performance standard. And at that time, during the workshop and referenced here, there was in the B reports, I think there was interest in receiving a report from the conveners of that workshop. We have Sam Cunningham and Alex Perry from NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, and they can provide you a report on that. I believe there's also a written document posted.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sam Cunningham, council staff, here with Alex Perry from NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, compliance liaison analyst. As Ms. Evans mentioned, we had a workshop Monday, October 2nd. Many of you were in attendance. It was well attended in the council office. There were about 30 people there and 40 people online. And since so many council members are there, maybe I won't go through the entire where and what for. We did put out a workshop summary that was posted to the council's agenda under staff tasking just yesterday evening. So since that was fairly recent, I'm going to hew pretty close to that report, and then we'll be available for any questions that you have. So the reason that we had this workshop was in response partially to the council's June 2023 motion on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab area closure agenda item. And in the council's motion, the last bullet says the council requests NIMS and the enforcement committee in consultation with industry identify ways to revise the pelagic gear performance standard to be enforceable. So this workshop was in partial fulfillment of in consultation with industry. I think one of the first things that was discussed at the workshop was questions about the scope of the workshop, and in terms of whether the purpose is limited to a strict, narrow reading of the text that we're talking about, how to better enforce an existing 20 crab performance standard, or whether the purpose of the workshop was open to different ways to define a standard that's both enforceable and also meets the original intent of the trawl performance standard. And Mr. Perry opened up the workshop with a presentation that's posted to that meeting agenda that includes existing regulations related to trawl performance standard, and also the rulemaking and EARAR history of how these performance standards came to be in the early 90s and have been revisited at least once around 2001. So in response to those questions about scope, the hosts of the workshop, which I should have mentioned, include Mr. Williams as an enforcement committee co-chair, Mr. Cheeseman from Office of Law Enforcement, who's also here today, Mr. Seaborn, and Mr. Perry. And so the emphasis to that question about scope was that in putting together the presentation that framed the workshop, the hosts had determined that it was logical to provide a full historical context for the existing regulations that are the subject of the discussion. And also that the workshop host's role on that day, because it was not a committee meeting, was to receive this input, ask clarifying questions to those who gave testimony, and then most importantly, take that input into consideration when developing future analyses or enforcement committee work leading to recommendations to the council, to take that under any forthcoming council direction on this topic. As it stands now, we are being directed by the council's June 2023 motion. So this is all residing within the umbrella of the Bristol Bay Red King Crab closure area analysis. Whether that remains the council's intent is something that I think could be clarified or reiterated today. The report that was posted yesterday includes some discussion points. Pause for Mr. Down.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Just backing up just a couple of sentences. I wanted just to be clear. So can you reiterate for me, just because I didn't quite catch it, I was trying to make a note here. What on this issue that you mentioned that the council would maybe like to clarify this here today. So that part, I'd like to have you repeat that. What is exactly that you'd like for us to try to clarify at some point?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think that's a good segue to getting into what was discussed at the meeting. So I will start with that. And if you're following along through the meeting summary, so now we'd be at the top of page 2 where there's bullets of discussion points. In general, and Mr. Perry and I are well aware that the council textually asked for basically how to better enforce the existing standard in the Bering Sea. So, no more than 20 crab of a minimum carapace width on board at any particular time. And as a group, judgment to have a conversation about that required some background about where that standard came from and what the council's objectives were 30 years ago when that standard was developed. Out of that, and because this was in a sense a listening exercise, I think the discussion was a little more wide-ranging, and also as staff, I think, candidly, the Bristol Bay Red King crab agenda item is coming back in February. The council's motion also specifically directed this to remain a part of it, but it didn't go undiscussed in June. So we were looking for, some solid direction on what people do and don't want to hear about the standard. And so I think we both understand you could take a very narrow reading of look at the standard, make it more enforceable. That leads to the question of, is there an enforcement problem? And if so, what is it? I may leave it to Mr. Perry to offer perspectives on that from the Office of Law Enforcement, but maybe before we get there, I think staff's question, looking ahead to this February document, or whether the council might say, well, this is actually something that's getting to be a little bit different from whether or not a certain area should be open to groundfish gears to protect Bristol Bay Red King crab and their habitat. So back to the first bullet on page 2, that kind of led off our discussion where Mr. Perry gave his presentation and people were able to ask questions, and we pretty much immediately arrived at, should this still be grouped with the Red King crab analysis? But then to Mr. Downs' question, there was a pretty consistent desire for clarification on whether the council is seeking different enforcement of the existing standard or some other standard that conforms to the council's objectives as they were defined 30 years ago. Or the council could say it's either unclear or we can't agree on what the objectives were, or this is a new council and we can take a directed approach to the problem statements that are before you. So in that same vein, in the discussion at the workshop, and I'm trying to stick to what was discussed on that day, there was a desire from those in attendance, including many of yourselves, for the council to be specific about what information you do and do not want to come back in February.
Thank you.
I may come back to another
Okay.
question. I don't want to think about that answer, but I really appreciate the clarifications on that, because I just wanted to make sure that we didn't blow over that too quickly, because there was a lot there for the council to consider, and I'm sure other members may have questions on this as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So continuing with.
Sorry, I didn't see another hand up. Ms. Baker. Through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham, for the report. I guess, can you just help me? I am trying to reconstruct sort of where we are, and appreciate the request for clarification from the public. When was the decision to hold a workshop made? And how did those get formed and planned? And would it have been possible to seek clarification on the council's June motion prior to that workshop, or was that considered?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. So after the council made its motion in June, which called for, let me get the phrase right, in consultation with industry and looking at the need to make progress on this. I think at first the vision was to have an enforcement committee meeting, and then it became clear at the time that that wouldn't be a good venue to have equitable participation in this discussion because the enforcement committee as practice doesn't do public comment. It was considered that we could invite people to sit with the enforcement committee, but that was problematic in being equitable and who had a seat at that table, which is why we landed on the workshop role. As far as clarification, I think my understanding is for the council to speak with the council's voice, we would need to do it at a council meeting. So none of this would have happened yet. So perhaps at our own peril, we thought that this was the most productive way to advance the conversation. And, you know, whether people disagreed with the scope of the discussion, I think it's hard to dispute that these are the things that people wanted to talk about. And for better or for worse, we've had that opportunity. And so I think, you know, we can ask ourselves, well, what do we want to walk away from today with? And maybe it's reiterating that, well, these were all important perspectives to hear, but that's not what the council is considering for action. Or maybe it's, we've heard some interesting ideas on how a performance standard could be thought of that meets council objectives, and that could be a different package moving forward. The council is not required to take any action today on this, so you could thank us for our report and, you know, tell us you'll see us in February. But that's why we chose to do a workshop format. That was what we thought was responsive and also pragmatic.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I know we haven't let you get through the whole report, but I guess I'm wondering for both of you, like, who are we clarifying things to? We're not, there's no plan for another workshop, right? So at this point, are you asking us to make a clarification that would have created a better workshop had we known that? Are we clarifying for the staff that will be working on the CRAB analysis, so we're sure what should be put in that analysis is consistent with the June motion? I think I'm behind other council members on who we're making a clarification to, because normally it seems like that would happen just between staff talking to the executive director or listening to the audio from the June meeting. So thanks if you can answer that.
And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. Yes, primarily, you know, certainly on the surface to staff who are preparing the work for February under the Red King Crab area closure analysis. That is what's primary here. I don't think anybody could deny that that element of the analysis that came before the council in June garnered a lot of discussion and disagreement and public testimony, perhaps, with some of the conclusions that the analysts who put that together drew. And so, in my opinion, speaking personally, I think we were set up to repeat that exercise in an unproductive way. So I guess that was a little bit editorial, but to your question, absent further direction, again, this is still trying to help us do a better and more responsive job for February under that agenda item. And I think, having been around for some time, that looking back at June, with more time, some people might have been interested in, I don't know, taking that performance standard part. I think it got sort of folded in to keep this section in the analysis. It's a second initial review, bring it back. And there just maybe wasn't time to fully suggest or digest how we can do that in a way that is helpful.
Follow up, Madam Chair. I appreciate that response. I think that does answer my question. I guess a little concerned about setting a precedent that if there's confusion, we're coming back to the council at staff tasking. I think it's pretty common in complex issues. And I wouldn't want to start this process for everything that might have some ambiguity around it, but you didn't answer my question. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball's question got to my question. Thanks.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So orienting you to the summary, this is the second bullet on page 2, and I'm going to tick through these quickly, but again, I want to give them some airtime since this was put out late. The people in attendance did ask analysts like Mr. Perry to continue to come back to them with more description and examples of what in the mind of OLE staff can be impeding enforcement of the performance standard. And then also there was a further discussion of what is the metric for there being an enforcement challenge. And I'll leave it at that. I think it does touch on, as noted in the summary here, issues of what observers do and don't do and how that operates on a pelagic trawl vessel. There was, because of our editorial choice, I suppose, we thought, a full description of relevant regulations on the performance standard was helpful, and that included the Gulf of Alaska, which led to some people whose constituency lies in the Gulf of Alaska being somewhat surprised that they were part of this conversation. So I wanted to reflect that here. That's in the third bullet. Mr. Perry provided data in his presentation at the workshop about observations of more than 20 crab on a vessel at any particular time over dating back to 1993, and other data about whether any enforcement actions resulted from that, and number of trawls relative to the total number of pelagic trawl hauls over many decades. And it was a clear message that was very helpful data. It would be more helpful also to separate that out by Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska to make comparisons between those two. There was some discussion that some in attendance felt that counting the number of crabs in a haul or on a vessel at any particular time might not be a good measure of seafloor contact for pelagic trawl gear, if that is what we're trying to measure. And there was much helpful discussion from practitioners in the industry about how the gear has evolved, having these large forward meshes that don't retain crab, but in talking about the value of that metric, other reasons why we might see changes in the data of incidences of 20 or more crab over time, as you did see in Mr. Perry's data at that workshop. So looking at a relatively lower crab abundance environment, but also things that industry knows well about, like operational changes that might have come about as a result of implementing AFA, or technological advances in net design that allow smaller, lower horsepower vessels to carry more modern nets with those large forward meshes. And that was useful feedback. There was discussion about ideas. So this was the attendees of the workshop responding to kind of the open question. So how could you envision something that accomplishes similar goals, but in a different way? So there was some discussion about full retention of crab until observers have had access to sample them. I think the last bullet down here, there was pretty steady input from people who have experience with trawl EM in their sectors, and thinking about how they are retaining all species and those species are being accounted for at offload. That could be, it could have several benefits. One is that with everything being retained, the counts are not just based on what is in the observer's sampling frame. Also, it takes the observer out of position of counting things that could lead to enforcement action. FMA staff offered that, sometimes observers have many priorities, as you well know. So if you see a number of crab at any particular time that's less than 20, do you start measuring and sampling in anticipation of there being more crab at any particular time at a future particular time? So that could sort of make some of those things work a little bit better. This is just in the trawl EM context, and it would take some kind of drawing board ideas about reframing the standard on a trip basis instead of at any particular time. So again, that would be sort of early stages of if the council says, well, we like having this standard, but we think we could see it working differently in some instances. So again, probably beyond the scope of any actions you would be taking today, but just reporting what was discussed at the meeting. And then the last thing I will touch on, I guess, is the second to last bullet. There were people who offered in their chance to testify that pelagic trawl gear could be disallowed from areas that are close to non-pelagic trawl gear, or alternatively, there could be a bar for vessels using pelagic trawl gear in those NPT closed areas to have some sort of devices that could indicate contact with the seafloor. There was some good technical feedback from people with experience in the trawl industry, reminding that, some of these technological solutions are, they may be available. They might not be as silver bullet as sometimes they may sound to someone like me on paper. But there are some operational limitations just in terms of the channels of communication coming back to the vessel from the gear. So, you might have a great idea, but, the practicality of operating that safely and effectively in the Bering Sea is not as simple as, what you might see from a technology producer. So, Madam Chair, I feel that there may be more questions for us. I want to give Mr. Perry an opportunity to answer those if he wishes, or add anything else that I may have left off. And thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Perry, do you have anything to add at this point? I can also see if there are questions.
Through the chair, Alex Perry, Compliance Analyst Liaison with Office of Law Enforcement. I think that Sam did a great job of capturing the gist and general themes that came through that meeting. And so be happy to answer any specific questions that council members may have, but I think Sam covered it very well.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams, committee chair, do you have anything to add or any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Perry for their efforts here. Just a statement. I obviously, as Vice Chair of the Enforcement Committee, I was unable for a number of reasons to participate fully in the development. However, having participated in the meeting earlier in the week, I think what we were trying to describe was a challenge for the Enforcement Committee to address the breadth of the issues that came up during the course of the meeting. We had some issues that were specific to things that the Enforcement Committee could directly evaluate and Mr. Perry brought information to the table to answer some of those questions. But our discussions kept quickly expanding beyond the scope of what I think the Enforcement Committee is really good at addressing, let's put it that way. And so I think there's some questions and discussions that need to be had about, there were some discussions about further meetings to try and address some of these issues through the Enforcement Committee. I have some questions in my own mind if those are the kinds of, if that's the right place and is that the kind of thing we want to do there. So it's just a statement on my part after sitting through the meeting on Monday. I think the Enforcement Committee can certainly deal with a number of those issues, but there were a lot of other issues that the Enforcement Committee is not well suited to deal with when those come up. So I think we've got some more discussions to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be interested from Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Perry, or maybe Mr. Williams, in a description of absent additional clarification or guidance from the council. What would your expectation be on what you would produce for February to address this June motion about identifying ways to revise the pelagic gear performance standard to be enforceable?
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, thank you for the question. there was a little bit of, I guess, trying to understand what that motion was really getting towards. I do believe that, to answer Ms. Baker's question a little bit earlier, we understood that the motion would feed into the February analysis. So potentially the timing of having that motion be as it was would yield results that then would potentially be built into that analysis. And we have an unscheduled but intended enforcement committee meeting, which will be in advance of the February meeting to discuss the results of the workshop and then potentially come forward with any suggestions. And so as we understood the charge, we would seek input from industry to come up with concepts and ideas which could potentially solve an issue about enforceability with the trawl performance standard, and then yield results to advise council in advance of the February meeting was the intention.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. Sorry, tried to listen into the workshop online, and in that environment, sometimes it's always hard to hear some of who's speaking or what's being said. But in regard to the last point you brought up about the tech that could potentially help determine when nets are on bottom, we've heard that in public comment on some other issues too. And so I'm wondering, were those suggestions coming from the trawl sector or net manufacturers or somebody who actually works with the gear? Because there are a lot of operational limitations and practicalities there. So I'm trying to figure out if that's another communication gap that maybe we need to address if we're going to go down this road.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think candidly, almost everybody who attended the workshop had some sort of opinion on what exists and what was achievable. So I think there were individuals who, can envision some silver bullet tech solutions. There were people in attendance who did speak up, who had experience on, experimental bottom contact sensors and what some of the practical implementation challenges in a pelagic trawl setting there would be. So that was offered. Talk about some of the bandwidth limitations. So I think we got it from all perspectives, but I just want to emphasize that it wasn't only trawl industry participants who are having that conversation. I think the public generally is kind of trying to figure out where we are with that and why that's not a practical solution. Interestingly, some of the camera nets that came up and a different agenda item of this meeting didn't get discussed there, but I could see we come back in February, we're going to be discussing those too.
Ms. Kimball.
I know we still need to get through this into public testimony, but I guess in your response, Mr. Perry, you said you'd spend time at the enforcement committee meeting, the next one, discussing the results of the workshop. And I guess that's tempered by any further clarification that the council might provide at this meeting. I would hate for the enforcement committee to spend a lot of time on what seems like a really kind of confusing set of objectives. So I'm hoping, I guess, that you're waiting for some clarification out of this meeting or reiteration of the previous motion so that you can focus further work on not everybody's idea or objectives, but what the council's already tasked. Does that sound accurate?
Through the chair. Yeah, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the clarification and the question. In my answer to Mr. Kurland, I believe the way he phrased the question was absent clarification from council. And so I was answering it with respect to what we believe the charge to have been at the time. And so, yes, any further clarification that council may be able to provide us with respect to, potential direction for revising a trawl performance standard as it pertains to the Bristol Bay Red King crab closure area analysis would be very helpful and could guide the direction for that upcoming enforcement committee meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add, one of the things Mr. Williams brought up is the enforcement committee is better situated to do some things than others. So the enforcement committee could help work through, are there ways to better enforce the existing standard? But back in June, a lot of the discussion in the room was, or around the room was, that analysis had drawn a conclusion that there was an enforceability problem, and not everyone agreed with that. So the question of, is there a problem with the existing standard, is probably not the enforcement committee's wheelhouse. I think that has more to do with the council, of what you hear in public testimony, and probably not something to litigate today, but I think that's where we're going to end up in February again. So anything we can do to bring you better information to make that, part of actions going forward would be helpful. And just to reiterate, there are no alternatives in the Bristol Bay Red King crab closure area analysis that relate to this at all. So there is no action on the table to even be analyzed other than continue to further this discussion in that package, which again is where, in some ways, I think staff feels clarification could be helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I just want to make sure I understand your message in just taking a moment here. I appreciate this is a confusing issue and trying to make this as clear as possible. Did I understand you correctly to say that ways to address the alleged unenforceability of the current 20 crab trawl performance standard, ways I'm thinking operational changes to allow observer access to crab and the cod end, potential observer program protocol changes to enforce a regulation that is currently on the books? That is not within the purview of the enforcement committee to have those kinds of discussions, or not something that the enforcement committee does well. I just want to make sure I understand that point.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, perhaps I misspoke, but no, I think I was saying the opposite of that. I think that's what the committee can do. It's the other part.
Madam Chair, thank you. That's why I asked that question.
We'll check the tapes. It was probably my fault.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Seeing no further questions, appreciate the report. Ms. Evans.
Okay, so the last component of the staff tasking presentation, I'm going to ask Ms. LaBelle if she could bring up the 3-meeting outlook. We posted a revised version. It'll be small on the screen, so you might want to look at it on your own screens. But just to highlight for you, looking ahead, we have also posted preliminary agendas for December and February. As you recall from our previous conversations about meeting process, the fact that there's very little staff time between the December and the February meetings to complete new work means that as staff, we take the approach to looking at those 2 meetings in conjunction. And so when we're planning our staffing and time. So we did provide you the agendas for both of those. There's a couple of changes that we have made during the course of this meeting. So for December, just wanted to note that we did add in the NIMS report an update on Cook Inlet salmon FMP and the development of that secretarial FMP. I think that was something that came out through B reports. You can see from the December agenda that primarily you'll be looking at groundfish specifications as you normally do, charter halibut annual management measures, and then you have several final actions, a couple of them related to crab, one on EFH and housekeeping for the crab FMP. The and then some other discussion paper and updates. I still have listed on here the programmatic EIS refine alternatives. I think that's something that, based on the conversation today, we might have some change to that, or perhaps combine that as part of an IRA funding discussion, depending on where the council directs us to directs our efforts. Looking ahead to the February and April meetings, we added an item under February to look at specifications for Cook Inlet salmon in preparation for the implementation of that FMP before the start of the fishing year in 2024. We moved the crab program review from February to April based on some of the discussions at the meeting, that new information that you'd like to see as part of that analysis, just a more realistic timeframe of being able to bring that a quality product back to you in April. And then the other change, you'll see that the chum bycatch initial review analysis we have scheduled for June of 2024 rather than April, given the information that the council requested as part of its motion and the complexity of that analysis, and in particular, the fact that it is an analysis that requires a lot of coordination with other agencies. The June timeframe provides more opportunity for you to pull together all that information and provide a quality product back to you for review in June. I think those are the things that I wanted to highlight, but obviously happy to take any questions.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Evans. I did want to ask, you highlighted for the February meeting, the Cook Inlet salmon agenda item status determination criteria and TAC, anticipating the need to have that in place for the fishing season. And I admit I haven't thought about this lately, but I thought the intention was for, as we often do for the Cook Inlet salmon, a 2-meeting specification cycle, and that the proposed, if you will, was envisioned to take place in February and the final in April, but I don't see that agenda item on this draft 3-meeting outlook for April. So can you help me remember what the plan is there?
Through the chair, that the intention, as I understand it from National Marine Fisheries Service, and I would invite either Mr. Curlin or Ms. Harrington to speak to that more directly, is that at least for this first cycle, given the effort that's needed to put the FMP in place, they were aiming to do both initial and final review of those specifications in a single meeting. But I'd invite National Marine Fisheries Service to speak more to that.
I would defer to Ms. Harrington if she's available.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Harrington with National Marine Fisheries Service, Alaska region. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. So we have yet to publish the proposed rule, as you know, and part of that is then figuring out how to make sure that we can implement it for the 2024 fishery. We could do proposed in February, final in April. We're trying to implement the fishery, do the proposed and harvest specifications and the final rule. And so for this first year, we didn't see that the data. So the reason the council looks at proposed and final harvest specifications for groundfish is that the data changes considerably between the two. We didn't think that this year the data would change between proposed and final, so they would just be the same numbers. This is going to be a huge learning process for us. It's the first time we've done this. If the council would like to look at it twice, we would definitely accommodate that schedule. So if the council is interested in scheduling this for February and April, we can do that. You know, it's hard when you pencil out the schedules to have everything line up when there's so many unknowns, but I mean, I think it's possible to be able to have the final harvest specs published after the April council meeting, but prior to the start of the fishery. Again, this will be our first year, and I think we'll learn a lot about the process going through it. So
bottom line, if the council would like to see it twice, I think we can accommodate that.
Ms. Kimball.
It's a different issue. I don't know if anyone else, okay. Ms. Evans, on the 3-meeting outlook with as schedules the chum bycatch analysis for June. I guess I wanted a little bit better understanding. Is that really due to the particular staff capacity that's working on that analysis, or are there any other agenda items for February or April, that we could bump to later in the meeting in order to get that chum analysis back in April? I just wanted to understand the constraints that we're working with, or whether that's a possibility.
Through the chair, the recommendation to take initial review of chum bycatch analysis in June versus April is really grounded on a understanding of staff capacity for preparing that issue. If we're aiming for an April initial review, that requires us to post the document, beginning of March, working backwards from that, trying to do an internal review draft across agencies. I think this action is really complicated by the fact that it's not just our staff working on it. We really are reliant on Alaska Fisheries Science Center and Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff. We have a cooperating agency, or 2 cooperating agencies, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, as well as Kuskokwim River Intertribal Consortium. I've got the Fish Commission. Sorry. Thank you. Because of that, it really does add to the ability to coordinate and make sure that all of those partners are reviewing the document as it moves along. We're still, I believe, National Marine Fisheries Service is still working on the exact scope of work for those contributions, but after this meeting, we'll be able to lay out that work plan a little bit more clearly. And then also the fact that the alternatives that the council has chosen remain, they are not simpler than the alternatives that we walked into this meeting with. So they still require a fair amount of analysis and looking at a number of different scenarios and a number of different analysis. In our best judgment, moving the initial review to June will give you the best quality product that provides both extensive review time, sufficient review time before the meeting for yourselves and the public to be able to access that information and to ensure that we do good coordination amongst the agencies and staff that are contributing to that work. So that's the reason why staff has recommended bringing that back in June.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Sevens, I understand what you're saying about the chum paper, but I think we left the public with the idea when they were all here that it could be either or. And we did hear from the public, particularly rural Alaskans, that June was a bad time for them. So I guess what I'd like to do, if we can, if we really can't get it by April, even if we switch things around, or if you feel like that's not realistic, that's how it goes. But I don't know that June is the best second choice. I would rather try to solicit some input from the public on whether June in Kodiak, which is a rural location with hard to find housing, expensive to get there, that maybe it would be better. It's a sort of pivotal issue when it comes back, that maybe October is better. And we can hear from people that are signed up to testify now, but I feel like you could put it in tentatively in June, and then we hope to hear from the public in December, whether it's better to choose that later date that could allow for better participation. Is that something that we can take into consideration?
Through the chair, of course.
Okay.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. But I just wanted to be clear. I felt like your response to my question was that it wasn't a matter of moving things around or other things taking higher priority. Like, we can't pull something off the April agenda and that's not the problem. It's staff capacity to do this analysis. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, staff capacity combined with the particular time frame that we're looking at when you factor in the fact that the working time period occurs over holidays, and other factors. That's assuming that we have we don't have a government shutdown, for example. We have other things, other external factors that are looming within that time period that are affecting things. But yes, otherwise it's.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions on the remaining outlook. Thank you.
Okay, so the last item was just to remind the council members of items that you have highlighted earlier in this meeting that you wanted to circle back to. The two that Mr. Witherall had listed were the MRA issue. I think Ms. Vanderhoven brought that up early on in the meeting, and also follow up on the performance standard workshop. You've obviously received the presentation on that, but I know that was something that you had signaled an interest in before.
Thank you. I guess I'll open it up to see if we would like to add anything else to the list at this point to flag for the public before testimony. Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Ms. Evans, I didn't hear you say as well the guidance on the IRA funding and how that could interplay with development of programmatic.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans. I think one of the things we could add to the list, we heard in the B reports of the desire of the freezer longline fleet to have a look at the scale use in harvesting A-share sablefish. And pending what we hear in public comment, I may want to circle back to that. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any of their hands at this point. Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to transition to our AP report. I think we'll take a short break after the AP report, but members of the public wishing to testify on staff tasking, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. Mr. Wilkins.
Good morning, through the chair, Paul Wilkins for the record, advisory panel vice chair. The advisory panel took 3 motions on the staff tasking item. The first was number 1, the AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper to address an option for sablefish A-share IFQ holders to use flow or hopper scales when participating in the sablefish fishery. The paper will explore the potential operational and management impacts of utilizing the scales as an option for accounting for sablefish harvest, outline potential challenges to facilitating their use in the fishery, and consider non-regulatory options to allow for their use. And that motion passed 16-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. See if there are any questions on this motion. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. For the non-regulatory options, was the AP envisioning things like the way that the agency is able to use vessel monitoring plans for approving, say, electronic monitoring configurations on board a wide range of vessels already? Is it that kind of non-regulatory option, or were there some others that the AP was discussing?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. The initial impetus for this motion came from public testimony, and they indicated that they had some discussions with restricted access management and other NIMS staff about the potential for a non-regulatory option. We did not get into the details of whether vessel monitoring plans or similar frameworks would be the vehicle for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Through the chair, our second motion, number 2, following up on the Enforcement Committee's performance standard workshop, the AP recommends that the council ask Office of Law Enforcement /staff hold a second workshop prior to the Enforcement Committee holding their February meeting focused specifically on the council's June motion related to the enforceability of the trawl gear performance standard. The Gulf of Alaska should not be included in this action, and the workshop should be focused solely on Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands pelagic trawl. Prior to the workshop, the AP recommends that the Enforcement Committee, with OLE and council staff support, release a document that lists Office of Law Enforcement's concerns with the enforceability of the current performance standard, including an analysis as to why those reasons are leading to a lack of enforcement. And that motion passed 14-2.
I'll see if there are any questions on this motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wondered, thank you for the presentation. I'm not trying to be facetious, but the AP wanted a second workshop based on the success of our first workshop. And then also was requesting an analysis prior to the analysis that we're getting on this issue in February. Yes, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think there was some sense that the thought that the workshop had not reached its intended goals, and so therefore a sort of an analysis of the problem of enforcement would be sort of related to the public in a more sort of clear manner, and then the public would have then with the second workshop would have further opportunity to consult on to give input on their summation of the Office of Law Enforcement's assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Through the chair, there was one more motion, and that was motion number 3, approve the minutes from the June 2023 meeting, and that motion passed unanimously.
Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Okay. That also like to extend my appreciation to all the AP members for their hard work during this meeting and for the thorough reporting. So let's take roughly a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 9:40 and resume with public testimony on staff tasking. Thank you. Council, please come back to order. So we are on public testimony for staff tasking. We have 17 people signed up, starting with Chad C. And just a reminder to testifiers, individuals and companies get 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. If your time is expired, I will offer you a friendly reminder and ask you for a summary statement. Thank you.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Chad C. And I'm speaking on a staff tasking request for FLC for the Freezer Longline Coalition. The Freezer Longline Coalition represents 9 Alaska and Washington-based companies participate in the freezer longline sector of the Pacific cod fishery in Alaska. In 2023 to date, FLC members have 16 active vessels in the fishery. While our members are primarily relying on Pacific cod, many of our members have long held sablefish A-share IFQ that they harvest on their vessels. This fishery is an important source of revenues for our operators and crew in our fleet, particularly in years of lower cod harvest. Today, the Freezer Longline Coalition is requesting that council support the AP's unanimous recommendation that council initiate a discussion paper looking at providing an option for sablefish A-share IFQ holders to use flow or hopper scales when participating in the sablefish fishery. Consistent with the AP's motion, we ask that the paper explore the potential operational and management impacts of utilizing the scales as an option for accounting for sablefish harvest, outline potential challenges to facilitating their use in the fishery, and consider non-regulatory options to allow for their use. FLC believes that providing an option for operators in our fleet to use flow and hopper scales for measuring their sablefish catch could provide additional flexibility for operators who already carry these scales on board to apply the harvest accounting method that is most efficient for their operations without compromising catch accounting data. Currently, regulations do not permit for the use of either flow or hopper scales in the sablefish IFQ fishery. Sablefish harvest on freezer longliners is measured using pan weights recorded on production reports, coupled with an estimated recovery rate. This practice has largely remained unchanged since the initiation of the fishery and remains an effective method for measurement of the catch, both for management and catch accounting purposes and for harvest operations. With that said, some freezer longline participants in the fishery are interested in exploring the ability to utilize flow and hopper scales on board for sablefish harvest. In fisheries where they are used, both scales provide a precise, reliable accounting of harvest, suggesting they could serve as viable alternatives to existing catch accounting methods in the fishery. Having the option to use these scales could streamline the catch accounting of harvest on the vessels and provide benefits on reporting of the catch. FLC has had conversations with the Alaska Region Monitoring Branch about this proposed action. The monitoring branch expressed support for us for exploring the idea, but noted some challenges that may be needed to be addressed to facilitate its implementation. It's our intent that this discussion paper would explore the impacts of the action on a catch accounting, fisheries monitoring and enforcement, while also looking at technological and regulatory hurdles to making this work. For example, a change to existing practices could require changes to the estimated recovery rate for sablefish catch. Lastly, we'd ask that the paper look at non-regulatory options to allow for the use of either scale in the sablefish A-share IFQ fishery. The Alaska region has stated clearly that allowing for the use of flow or hopper scales in this fishery would require regulatory action. This is similar to another recent action to provide for the use of flow scales on pot CPs. However, we'd encourage this paper to explore possible avenues to permit the use of new tools like these scales in fisheries outside of a change to the regulation. For this fishery, this may include the use of cooperative management tools to accommodate the adoption of these scales in this fishery. This can reduce council work and improve the speed of implementing these actions. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. C. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. C. It's my understanding that part of the same fleet also fishes turbot, and I'm not sure if they can already use those flow scales and hopper scales for turbot, or if not, if we need to look at turbot and or any other fisheries in the discussion paper besides sablefish.
Thanks, Ann, through the chair. You're right, there's others. At this point, right now, we're not participating in the turbot fishery, but hopefully soon we will again. And so there hasn't been a interest raised by our fleet at this point to use flow or hopper scales in that turbot fishery. I mentioned that could be a question that comes up when we begin fishing turbot again with longline pots. But it's not something that we have had immediate discussions on at this point.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. C, isn't your answer to Ms. Vanderhoven's question really an argument for trying to find, at least for the future, more of a non-regulatory means? Otherwise, we sort of are at the peril of each time a new need comes along, you come back to the council for another fairly minor adjustment to the regulations. If we can't figure out a sort of a suitable non-regulatory approach to this.
Thanks, Bill, through the chair. I would agree with that. This last point on looking at non-regulatory options, I think is also a broader discussion about how we can adapt new technologies or technologies that are new to a fishery anyway, to fisheries to help improve catch accounting, harvest operations, our ability to adapt to climate change, other advantages that can be gained in a fishery with the adoption of new technologies. Right now, every time we have to change, or we want to adopt a new technology, we have to come before you to council and ask for it, and have a regulatory change applied and get that done. If there's perhaps some non-regulatory tools that could, if not completely eliminate that need, to at least to help expedite that transition to a new technology, that would be something that I would hope could be applied here or in other fisheries as we move forward as well.
Thank you, Mr. C.
Thanks.
And next up is Becca Robbins-Gisclair.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins-Gisclair with Ocean Conservancy. I had a short list, but it's grown as I listened to staff reports. So I wanted to talk this morning about three things: the programmatic environmental impact statement, the issue of pelagic trawl gear on the bottom, and the chum salmon bycatch timeline. So first of all, on the programmatic environmental impact statement, the PEIS, I know the council is well aware of all of the changes happening in the North Pacific. You've heard them throughout this meeting. We highlighted a number of those issues in our B reports testimony. And we know that climate change is underlying many of these changes. The NEPA analyses underlying your decisions continue to be outdated and insufficient. And we recommended that you embark on a new comprehensive NEPA process, which the council agreed to in June and started down this path. We believe it's imperative that you continue down this path of a programmatic environmental impact statement and commit to meaningful progress along the way. I think the IRA money provides a fantastic opportunity and urge you to continue to move forward quickly and take advantage of the funding to undertake this important process. As you undertake that process, also would urge you to revisit the alternatives that you adopted in June as your broad description of alternatives. Those alternatives were vastly different than what was provided to you as a draft by the Ecosystem Committee after significant public input and comment. And I believe that the two alternatives that the council has now provided do not provide for a reasonable or sufficient range of alternatives. And I would really urge you, in light of all that's happening, we can't merely be adaptive, but we do need to look at precautionary management, and NEPA requires that we look at that full range of alternatives. So I would agree with the Ecosystem Committee's recommendation in their minutes at this meeting to look back at what the ecosystem committee had put forward as a purpose and need and set of alternatives as your broad description of alternatives, and then of course refine via a scoping process. So in closing on the programmatic, I would just urge you to continue on this path using that purpose and need and alternatives outlined by the ecosystem committee. Turning to the trawl performance standard, I really just want to talk big picture about this issue. I think the council really needs to address the inconsistencies in this definition and take a proactive approach to making sure that the regulations match the fishery operations, the conservation goals, and the objectives of the council, and that you review this in a comprehensive manner, both for the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And I would urge you that this is not just a question of changing regulations to match performance, but really looking at this issue now that we know that pelagic trawl is operating on the bottom, that the council really has a major issue to address here, and that we have a whole suite of management measures that were designed around the idea that pelagic trawl was in fact pelagic. And so I would urge you to move quickly also on this issue to align the practice with our management measures. Then finally, on chum salmon bycatch, I, along with I think a lot of other people, were really alarmed to hear the idea that this would come back in June in Kodiak. And I think you're well aware of the challenges that raises, both in terms of timing, as many people throughout Western Alaska are engaged in subsistence activities at that time of year, as well as just the logistical challenges of Kodiak, where it's probably already hard to find a place to stay. So I'd really strongly urge you to take up the issue of chum salmon bycatch before June, and to take that up in Anchorage, where it is easier to travel and find accommodation. I think you heard urgent requests from people asking for the council to take quick action to address a crisis. I think there's also already some high-level disappointment in the range of alternatives that the council selected, and to further this by delaying a full year to potentially to October, if you couldn't do June, would really not be an appropriate reaction to an urgent situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. And I guess I'll start with the last point first. I think it's been clear through the discussion that nobody really likes June for the chum analysis to come back, and that was not preferred by the council. But if there had to be a choice based on staff capacity for June in Kodiak or Anchorage in October, do you have an opinion on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball, I would strongly encourage the council to really take a look at what could be done to make this happen prior to June in Anchorage. I think October is a full year from now is just not an appropriate reaction to this issue.
And then the second question is on the programmatic. Thank you for your testimony on that. And clearly the council can't revisit alternatives for any action in staff tasking, as it's not noticed and on our agenda. But is your testimony to be interpreted as we go forward with scoping, we look at revisiting those alternatives based on your comment here or any comments we receive in scoping?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I think you should revisit those alternatives. My understanding is this is likely to come before the council again before a scoping notice is issued, given the current NEPA situation. And so this is the broad description of alternatives that would go forward in a notice of intent. I would urge you to revisit at the earliest point possible, which I believe would be at that juncture.
Thank you. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Robbins, just cleared, building on your exchange with Ms. Kimball, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on the difference you see. I think you described it as a vast difference between the range of alternatives for the programmatic that the ecosystem committee recommended and where the council landed initially. My recollection is that the council chose not to include in the initial description something that would be less precautionary, thinking that that was not a realistic direction that the council would go. So what do you see as the gap there that you think the council needs to consider addressing in the future to refine the scope of alternatives?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Curland. I knew I should have brought the alternatives up with me, but I think the primary difference was a shift. The ecosystem committee alternatives were centered around precautionary management. And there was a high degree of reference in the purpose and need to the inclusion of traditional knowledge and impacts on subsistence in there. And the council switched to two alternatives and went from precautionary to adaptive, which I think there's a vast difference between those two. Adaptive certainly could include precautionary, but it can include the opposite end of the scale as well. And I think that, you know, the last time this came before the council, that there was litigation involved, and precautionary was a key piece of this. And I think it's important to keep that in mind as you move forward and think about what those alternatives should encompass.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Robbins, just Claire. The programmatic thread that we've been working on. I think what I'm hearing you suggest is that I heard you tying a couple things together as you discussed the programmatic. One was the concept paper for the IRA funding, use of the IRA funding as a resource for the programmatic. And then some suggestions about what the council should be tackling first. And I'm pretty hung up on timing nowadays, partly because I think it's unclear still what timing would really be optimal. And I'm quite sure that most stakeholders are very unclear about timing at this point, given sort of the various indicators that this council set, but then also as we've learned about other constraints that we weren't aware of, I think that's resulted in leaving everybody sort of scratching their head about when, where, how, in terms of a timeline. And so I'm looking for a sense of what your recommendations are for sort of clarifying the issue of timing, what the council could do to clarify the issues of timing, and what the council could do to sort of clarify what's most urgent in terms of getting started. I think I heard you say further work on alternatives, but I'm not sure that was the only thing in your mind. So if you could kind of dive down into both of those for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Twite. I think there are a few things to balance here in terms of timing, and I would suggest that one, in terms of the IRA funding, make sure that this advances quickly enough to take advantage of that and we don't lose that window. It seems from the timeline presented in the paper that there's a way to do that. The second is the new NEPA guidelines and ensuring that we can sort of make sure to get to the finish line in the time allowed once you hit the scoping button. And would urge you to, I do think that starting with the alternatives, I saw this tentatively on the December timeline. I think that would be an appropriate time to come back. I think it's critical that amidst all of those factors that the council doesn't delay action on this, that you continue to make meaningful progress. And I think putting this on the agenda again in December would be a good signal for that.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Kristen Stahl-Johnson, and she's joining us remotely.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Kristen Stahl-Johnson with Ocean People Resources. My comments will be as brief as possible, given that I was going to cover 2, but now 3 agenda items similar to Ms. Robinson Claire. I First, I would like to strongly support the motion of the Ecosystem Committee as highlighted in their report. The original recommendations from the committee provided context and specificity about proposed alternatives for the PEIS, which were thoughtfully deliberated upon by both the committee and the participating public, but which were lost in the council's motion in June. Importantly, dropping the word precautionary from the alternatives is seen by many as regressive, as this term of art has been considered a prerequisite for sustainable fisheries management since the 1990s. Precautionary and adaptive are not synonymous and should both be included in any proposed alternatives that will address the real changes we are facing with climate change and commercial fisheries. I respectfully request that you please be responsive to the original and second motion of the Ecosystem Committee and revise the language of your motion from the June council meeting. Switching gears to the Pelagic Trawl Performance Standard Workshop, I think I can speak for many of us that showed up and provided comments that we were mostly disappointed with the constraints of the discussion and the lack of outcomes from that initial effort. My takeaway was that the council needs to be very clear and specific about what you want in the performance standards, which to date has been a proxy to verify that pelagic trawl gear is not fishing on the bottom. Unfortunately, we all know now that that proxy hasn't worked for over 30 years. As one fisherman clearly stated during the workshop, when I fish for pollock, I fish on the bottom. It seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse here. We need both an updated definition of pelagic trawl that meets the standard of staying off the seafloor and a performance standard that adequately measures compliance. These two go hand in hand. And as I testified before, it is not possible for those enormous Bering Sea combination trawls to fish off the bottom in less than 100 meters of water, where the data clearly shows that they spend most of their time and are explicitly on the bottom. Management assumptions, particularly around habitat protections and crab bycatch throughout the council process and in the NIMS models, are based on the false premise that so-called pelagic trawls are minimally impacting the bottom in areas closed to bottom trawling. Since you now know that this is categorically not true and unenforceable, and that unobserved mortality is likely exponentially higher than the models assume, the council must be very explicit about what you expect from mobile fishing gear. Please provide industry and the public with specificity about how you expect this gear to perform, and request a working group of more than just industry members that can work through the details of both gear definition and performance standard. This action needs to include every region in the North Pacific, including the Gulf of Alaska. I strongly recommend that the council vacate the term pelagic trawl and replace it with midwater trawl, which would clearly state the expectations of where the gear operates, in the midwater and never on the bottom. Also, prohibiting chain and/or steel cable foot ropes in the definition of a midwater trawl, as all true midwater nets are constructed, would provide clear incentive for fishermen to keep their nets off the bottom. It is clearly counterproductive and expensive for fishermen's midwater net to come up in tatters when it encounters the sea floor. Given the timing and practicality of enforcing a new definition, and knowing that currently the pelagic trawls are on the bottom, it's necessary that pelagic trawl gear need to comply with the same restrictions as bottom trawlers. Finally, the chum timeline that is proposed by staff is inadequate to deal with the crisis and the timing that's needed to address the issues in the rivers. This needs to be addressed before the bee season starts this year, and April is the appropriate time. That thank you for taking my comments, and I'm glad I'm inside my time limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stahl Johnson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Hannah Heimbach, joining us remotely.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Hello, Madam Chair and council members. Hannah Heimbach here for the under 60 cod harvesters. I just wanted to flag a couple of things. Regarding proposed updates to the National Standard Guidelines, I very much appreciate the council supporting the place-based definition of community and the language around fishing dependent communities in your previous letter. And going forward, I would just urge you to also support bycatch definitions that include unobserved mortality, and in standards 4 and 8, support enhanced provisions for new entrants, fishing dependent communities, and climate impacts. And then in regard to the trawl performance standard, I'd ask that the council pursue iterative progress in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands on developing an enforceable and meaningful performance standard. And so that's not making the current standard enforceable, which is not really a meaningful measure of contact, but establishing a new performance standard that is meaningful and then making that enforceable. The rest of my testimony today is on crab PSC mortality. And I'll caveat this by saying it's in no way intended to take away from discussions around tangible efforts to conserve crab, which are certainly needed. My intent is to just highlight opportunities that contribute to our accurate understanding of mortality. So in the pot cod fisheries, the crab handling mortality rate is currently set at 50%. A 2010 council discussion paper outlined the existing rationale for that number and its previous iterations, which range from a low 8% to 80%. It theorized that 8% came from research in the directed crab fishery, while 80 came from a year when all groundfish fisheries were briefly given the trawl rate. For a while, it was 20% for the fixed gear fleet overall. The theory for that was that the pot and longline rates were averaged when fixed gear was combined. And then the only explanation for the current 50% rate is that when we separated gears, we applied the 50% mortality rate assumed for crab PSC in the Gulf of Alaska directed tanner crab fishery. And now that fishery is quite different from Bering Sea pot fisheries, including factors that would affect mortality. But it's also not clear where the tanner fishery's 50% mortality rate came from. It may also have been a result of averaging between trawl and fixed gear. So I outline all that just to say that though I can't tell you exactly what the rate should be, I believe that it's substantially lower than 50%. And it seems that that evolution from 8 to 50 is largely a passive outcome from shifting accounting strategies over time. And mortality rates are a significant number when assessing fishing impact, and even more critical when we're at a time of decline. If we took a hypothetical in-season encounter of 50,000 crab, a 50% mortality rate makes that 25,000. A 20% mortality rate makes it 10,000. An 8% rate means 4,000. None of those are negligible, but they are all very different numbers. So my ask of the council would be to pursue an update of crab handling mortality rates for pot gear, which is timely considering issues that are coming up at some of the next couple of meetings, and updating these rates are, I think, a part of your regular process. I am actively working on a cooperative research proposal for a discard mortality study in the fixed gear fleet that could contribute some new information. But I think in the interim, the rates could and should be updated to just more intentionally apply the existing knowledge of crab mortality while we continue to take actions for crab and crab habitat conservation. And I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heimbach. I have a question for you. I'm wondering if you could expand on your belief that the DMRs are too high right now for the pot cod fishery. I know you mentioned your intentions for an ongoing study, but as far as taking an interim look at this, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on your thinking and basis for that. Thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair, thanks for the question. That 2010 paper was really illuminating for me, just looking at the rationale and the huge scale of change that rate had gone through, and I should say kind of a lack of rationale for where it ultimately landed. And just given the huge difference between the numbers, I think it's worth looking at with some intention, specifically for the POP fleet. And as far as how that could happen, I mean, I think it's council's regular process to perhaps ask the SSC or plan team to review those things like we do in halibut and others so that we're getting an accurate view of mortality. But I also think it would be appropriate and possibly helpful to incorporate it into the February discussion around Bristol Bay red king crab, just by asking staff to provide the rationale for the current mortality rates within that paper and maybe options for updating it. I don't think that's outside of the existing scope of that because it relates directly to fishing impacts on crab mortality and inclusion of the best available information to assess it. And that's information the council has already gathered in that most recent paper. So I think given kind of the vagueness of the rationale for the existing number, and I think an indication that it should actually be quite a bit lower, it's worth reconsidering, but certainly worth noting when we're talking directly about crab mortality.
Thank you for that, Ms. Heimbach. I'm seeing no further questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next up is Melissa Maktoyak Johnson.
Uvla lota kaneritka dinine esliner mute atauchi mir vir shakak dimatirut. I thank the people of Dinina Eslina for allowing us to have a meeting space. Inupiaksinira Maktoyak. I've condensed my introduction just because last time testifying during this meeting, but I first want to touch on the recent AP meeting and the hostility that unfolded on and off the record during C4 chum salmon bycatch. As an AP member tasked with advising the council on action, I did my best to respond to the council's tasks and provide recommendations for chum bycatch management. I hope that I would be able to work with my fellow AP members to further develop those recommendations and provide a comprehensive recommendation to the council. Instead, I received hostility without any room for compromise. I've been reflecting on public testimony the council received this week, in which some of our Indigenous testifiers stated that they do not feel comfortable or respected providing testimony before the AP. I've also been reflecting on the tribal AP seat that will soon have another representative. I do not want this representative to face the lack of decorum and belittlement to our Indigenous Alaskans at the AP that I and the public have faced. This must be addressed. Though this is supposed to be a transparent public process with open dialogue, there continues to be a lack of equity and tribal representation in this council body. Despite the training that was provided to this body from First Alaskans Institute, it is apparent that there is still no real understanding of the differences between sovereign tribes with government-to-government relationships, tribal consortia with no industry or CDQ vested interests, and Alaska Native corporations, including in the selection of the tribal representation for the single designated tribal AP seat. I've had to explain to my own family the difference between industry, CDQ, subsistence, and tribal as they listen to these meetings, and as well as the differences between tribes and or tribal members, as we are not stakeholders. Additionally, having a snack, meal, or hallway conversation with an Alaska Native member of the public and having that discussion inform decisions does not constitute, nor should it be considered tribal consultation or equitable engagement. I commend the LKTKS motion that was just carried on out yesterday, but we all need to continue to find ways to work together in the decisions that impact tens of thousands of Indigenous Alaskans, First Peoples' way of life. The varying testimony times at the different areas within the council is very confusing and inconsistent, and it should be changed to either 5 or 6 minutes after introductions of representation, especially coming from our Indigenous Alaska Native elders, and any other sector representation. Finally, I want to express my support for the Ecosystem Committee's recommendations to move forward with the programmatic EIS, including developing a broader, more precautionary range of alternatives for the EIS scoping process. This is an urgent matter for our shared ecosystem and the communities and species that depend on it. Also, discussing the chum bycatch in June 2024 in Kodiak for our tribes is economically unjust for travel and lodging and takes away from our subsistence gatherings and way of life. It should remain in April 2024 here in Anchorage. That's all. Safe travels and see you in December.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and in particular, thanks for your courage in raising the issue about the tone in the advisory panel. I appreciate you bringing that up, and I'm interested in, from a policy perspective, what you think the best response is for the council in addressing that issue. We not long ago updated the harassment policy in the SOPs, the standard operating procedures for the council. And I recognize that what you're getting at is kind of council family culture, if you will, creating an environment of respect, which is something that can't just be addressed through a policy statement. But I'm wondering if there is anything in that harassment policy or anything along those lines that you think we should refine or address to help get at the issue that you're bringing up.
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, thank you for your question. I had mentioned yesterday that I am blessed to, number one, reach 44 years on this, in this space that we carry. In my working career, I did the great sacrifice early as a young adult, and I'm still a young adult, but very early, shortly after high school, I signed up to serve our country in the United States Air Force, and I was in security forces of all, MOSs or jobs. And during that time, we all had clear objectives and policy and regulations to follow, while serving in that capacity, both in uniform and out of uniform. And I don't know exactly how to address the SOPs, in regards to the decorum that continues to occur at the AP. At the end of the day, just like you all sit around the table and, conversate on these really harsh decisions, you're very cordial, even when there's disagreement. I don't know if there should be some additional AP review, within our area, but it's just very disheartening to hear public testifiers really have a lot of meaningful perspectives or opinions to share, and they don't feel comfortable, especially when we as the advisory panel are, tasked with providing the council with recommendations. So I'm happy to, work with fellow AP members and council staff or anyone from the council on how could we create, like a more comforting space, even when our perspectives don't match up. we work for our different entities, but for the advisory panel, the SSC, the council, and the sub bodies, we are all co-workers, in this space, and we should be able to function even in those agreements and disagreements together. But being solely like my name wasn't specifically put out there, during the chum salmon discussion here at the council. But I did the hard task as a solo, Indigenous tribal person, and I just threw out random numbers. I already unfortunately knew that they would go, the numbers would change. I could have said 5 million to 2, but I'm not sure how we can, owning up to our lack of responsibility after the fact is though the intentions are well, I truly wish that we could continue to work together in having these harsh discussions, and maybe just a brief overview of Robert's Rules of Orders, the council AP SOPs, because sometimes we get too comfortable in the space that we are sitting, and we just think it's okay to keep doing that. We're all human, so I don't know if I'm answering your question though.
You are. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming up here, Ms. Johnson. I was a little concerned over the last few meetings because we have heard that from a number of people, not just the tenor, but people saying that racist things were said, and not just you, but there's been a number of people over a series of meetings. And I think, I've given it quite a bit of thought, and it seems like there's things that probably get said that are based on cultural insensitivity, not coming from a place of hate, but coming from a place of ignorance. And I think that's a little different, but it's really hard when a testifier, not you in this case, but other ones we've had, just make those kind of general comments and then tell us that it should be investigated. It's really hard for us to go back and review an entire AP meeting and try to pick out those moments. And so I thought I would run by you the idea that the council would consider creating some sort of a way where people could, comment back to the council anonymously or with their name and express their concern about something in particular, or at a particular time during a meeting where things were said where it crossed that line between being respectfully disagreeing and being insensitive or being hateful, so that we could go back and pinpoint that time and look at that and see if we need to counsel those particular people and help them improve their performance. And it's just hard for us to go back and identify all those moments because everybody has a different point at which something gets said and you're like, okay, that was unacceptable. The last thing was not nice, but this was unacceptable. And I guess my question for you is, do you think it would be helpful to have someplace on our website where you could or anyone could comment and say, look, at the AP at 2:00 in the afternoon on this day, things started to get disrespectful, and then we can have the staff or the staff and the chair review it and then talk to the parties involved and try to resolve some of these things after the meeting. Is that one way we might be able to start to improve this dialogue and have it be more productive?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for your comments and then into a question. In an ideal world, it would be nice to have somewhere on the website, and maybe it already exists, I don't entirely know for sure, for a space for members of the public to be able to, you know, point out something where either they observe, you know, a lack of respect to, especially to our elders. But we've heard all throughout this meeting and previous meetings that staff capacity is a concern. And I don't know how it would tie into whomever's, you know, umbrella of work that they have to do and how they do it, but not only being able to, you know, have a link where you can, you know, provide that perspective, but there should also be follow through. The continued appearance of hostility with, you know, the advisory panel. We shouldn't continue to have this brought forward, especially, you know, this supposed to be a public, transparent process. This isn't the first meeting that this behavior has been, you know, either brought to my attention or the AP chair, whomever's attention. And, you know, as I mentioned at the tail end of my, either my testimony or the answer to Mr. Curlin's question, we're all human, we're going to make mistakes. None of us are perfect, but we can continue to try as people to do better, you know, in this management body. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your, do you have a question? Ms. Kimball.
Apologies for being slow there. Thank you for your testimony. Just very quickly, you mentioned some of your own ideas. And I appreciate it was all around trying to be cordial and respectful, even when you disagree. So to acknowledge that the AP is a place of disagreement, as is the council. But there is a way to go about voicing those disagreements and being respectful to testifiers and AP members. So your ideas that I wrote down were, you know, a review of Robert's rules, review of the AP SOPs. I was thinking those things were already occurring, but maybe they're not occurring often enough. Was your idea on a certain time frame or possibly prior to every meeting? Any more detail on what you think the frequency of that kind of an idea would be helpful?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. Especially as we, you know, are resoliciting for the designated tribal AP seat, and then others are up for reappointment. And, you know, the call is out there till the end of this month for general members of, you know, to apply for AP. When we get new people in, maybe every other meeting, I don't know the exact timeline, but maybe definitely when we get new people in, there should be opportunity to briefly, you know, go over these guidelines. And if people have questions, you know, that staff is available, or if it's a third party, like they're able to help answer these questions that may come up regarding, because not everyone is, and I'm still working on learning more. You know, I've been exposed to on the different boards that I've served on, you know, I've been exposed to Robert Rules of Order, and of course, you know, different SOPs throughout my work history. But, you know, it's, yeah, maybe every other meeting or every I don't know the timeline of this, and definitely, it is from I can't speak necessarily for the tribes, but from the tribal sector, we have to do additional interpretation and education of these guidelines because some of our people, our English is a second language. And so, there was an example during the AP where, and I mentioned, during my one or the other testimonies that a very long-winded question was shared to an elder, a tribal elder, and they had a really hard time answering that question. It could be a language, difference, definitely a cultural difference, because I didn't ask that elder the question. So I hope I'm answering your question, Ms. Kimball.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your feedback, I'm sure, and your willingness to help improve and make this process more accessible. And I'm sure council members will want to follow up with you on that offer. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Up next is Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin, Executive Director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Want to start just by respecting the comments you just heard from Melissa Johnson and appreciating her courage in bringing those forward. I had 3 issues I wanted to address today under this staff tasking issue. The first is the IRA funding. I did testify under B reports to this, so we'll simply reiterate Alpha's 2 priorities. The first being developing the ideas or recommendations identified during the February 2023 SSC workshop. The changes related to the harvest specification process, including harvest control rules, dynamic reference points, stock biomass thresholds, and risk conditions. That's described on page 4 of the document on this topic. And then our second priority being to build and use climate information on-ramps, which was identified as theme 2, page 9 of that paper, to create community and ecosystem resilience, which sounds in many ways like it has and could be appropriately rolled into the programmatic environmental impact statement that you're working on. And as others have said, we would support that evolution provided the AIS uses the alternatives that were recommended by the ecosystem committee and that purpose and need to be more focused on precaution rather than adaptive management. Moving on to the national standards guidelines. Again, I spoke to this briefly under B reports, but to reiterate, over 6,000 people did comment on the national standard guidelines calling for bycatch reductions, inclusion of EEJ commitments in the national standard guidelines, and strengthening national standard 8 commitments to fishery dependent communities with particular attention to new entrants, historically underserved communities, and the climate impacts to both. Majority of these comments were from Alaskans, from people who see a problem that needs to be solved, found time to comment before the deadline, and express strong support for these changes. The council's comments, which objected to the comment timeline, identified the absence of a problem to solve and asked if EEJ considerations applied to actions other than environmental impact statements seems a bit disconnected from what the public was voicing. We ask that you send additional comments at this time, now that you have the benefit of hearing from those stakeholders, hopefully having had an opportunity to review some of those comments, and that you state your support for integrating EEJ commitments across all the guidelines and recognizing the challenges faced by fishing communities around the nation in the face of climate change, We hope that you will also support strengthening National Standard 8 guidelines to provide for fishery communities as we face these climate challenges. And finally, before leaving the National Standard guidelines, want to strongly support the council in your request that the guidelines retain dependent in the definition of fishery dependent under NS9, and voice some concern about the suggestion that the NS9 guidelines be changed to delete unobserved fishing mortality from the definition of bycatch. Finally, just the third issue I wanted to briefly address. I think you've already heard a lot on this, but the pelagic trawl issue. We do think it's important that you address the mismatch between the goal, which we have always seen as trawls off the seafloor, with the current operation, now that we know pelagic trawls are in contact with the seafloor 70 to 90% of the time. As others have said, you have a suite of management actions that you've taken based on a faulty assumption that needs to be revisited, with the red king crab saving area certainly as your first priority, but broader issues to address. And with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you for all your work this past week. Also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. It looks like we have a question from Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. I wanted to go back to the comment on precaution in the programmatic alternatives. And I guess because we've heard it a couple of times now, and your comments seem to say, and other comments, that the council's kind of abandoned that precautionary principle by not putting the word precaution in these two alternatives for the programmatic. And I just want to figure out why people are having that impression. I think both of those alternatives are specific to the ecosystem-based management policy, which very explicitly includes a precautionary principle in the council's stated ecosystem-based policy. And I think the differentiation in the new alternative 2 is the highlighting the adaptive management part, which was really a conservation approach that's known for responding to recognition of like high complexity and high uncertainty. And so I just wanted to hear more if is the solution here, add the word in precautionary into the ecosystem-based management policy, or is there just some misunderstanding about what the council's ecosystem-based policy actually is? Because that is in both alternatives.
Thank you, through the chairman. Ms. Kimball, appreciate the comment. My answer would be there was a huge amount of work that went into the ecosystem committee's recommendation to you relative to the purpose and need and relative to the alternatives that were put forward. And the focus from those discussions and what was captured in that purpose and need and those alternatives was a focus on being precautionary, recognizing how quickly the oceans are changing, how far we are likely from any kind of static state, and that while it's certainly important to be adaptive in our management, that the focus right now does need to be on precaution, and that words matter in this situation. And our support is certainly for what was recommended by the ecosystem committee in that purpose and need and in the alternatives that we put forward. And we ask you to revisit those at a future meeting. I'm sure there'll be more comment at that time to help address that. I'm sure there's more we can all learn about the use of the words precautionary, the use of words adaptive, and what's already in the definitions that the council are using. But at this time, that would be my recommendation to you, is to schedule a review of that purpose and need and those alternatives, and to revisit those at a future meeting when you can make those changes.
Thank you. Maybe just some clarification on what the ecosystem-based management policy is, since that's in both alternatives. I appreciate your answer.
Yes, Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Morning, Ms. Benkin. Thanks for testimony. So I was thinking about your suggestions for use of the IRA money. When one of them is taking more of a dive into some of the things that we could be doing with harvest control rule curves to be more responsive to changing conditions, both I think climate, but I think also, if I understand correctly, but socioeconomic condition changes as well. I'm thinking a lot about the upcoming meeting of the National SSC leadership and their intent that I'm pretty sure the CCC will endorse later this week. Their intent to have that next meeting really focus on, I think, almost exactly those issues. From a national perspective, I'm wondering how you see their recommendations as potentially funneling into the council process, and maybe some thoughts about just timing from that standpoint too, since I seem to be harping on timing.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Troy, I guess it's difficult for me to comment on what comes out of that meeting prior to the meeting and what their recommendations would be. I just have recognized that the SSC has flagged some of these issues that really are driving the stock assessment process. And in some cases, I mean, and my experience certainly with sablefish has been a process that dictated setting parameters that certainly were not precautionary. And despite the fact that we had stock assessment authors who were recognizing the increased risk, they still drove the process towards ABCs that I did not think reflected the health of the stock, particularly the health of the stock, given how long-lived the sablefish species is, and a precautionary way to manage both from an ecosystem or from the resource perspective, as well as from the socioeconomics of the fishery, and being locked in to a fairly rigid process with harvest control rules, reference points, parameters of the models, tier systems, that dictated that. So I have a lot of confidence in what's been recommended as far as the review of that system by our SSC. I guess I will withhold judgment on what comes from that national meeting until I see it. I expect it will also be really helpful for the council process. But I'd rather see what they recommend before I tell you that I would like you to follow those recommendations.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Corey Lesher.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Excuse me. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We are a trade association representing the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for snow beardeye and red king crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab rationalization program. Last week at the beginning of the council, you heard from Jamie Goen with ABSC under B reports on the ANPR and IRA funding proposal ideas. ABSC encourages the council to consider the many comments from Alaskan stakeholders supporting a review of the guidelines for National Standard 4 allocations, 8 communities, and 9 bycatch. See ABSC's comment letter on the ANPR for more details, including support for keeping unobserved fishing mortality in the definition of bycatch and developing further guidance on estimating that bycatch. On the IRA funding, ABSC encourages the council to consider Alaska crab fisheries as a test case for how to use the information and models Alaska is developing and start taking actionable steps to build a climate resilient fishery. This work should include not only science to support the stock, but also the human side with the fishery and communities. We look forward to providing proposals and engaging as this develops. For the remaining time of my testimony, I'd like to shift my focus to the trawl performance standard workshop and discussion. Something that really stood out to me last week at trawl performance workshop was a statement I heard from one of the trawl reps. Said, without bottom contact, there's no pollock fishery. We manage pollock as a truly midwater fishery. The red king crab savings area is closed to bottom trawling. So this is quite troubling. And I guess along those lines, I would like to stress that I encourage the council to move forward with this review in February. We heard in the AP a lot of discussion around providing an additional workshop that might delay the council looking at this agenda item in February as it pertains to the red king crab savings area. So again, I would like to encourage that, and if NMFS or OLE looks to consult with industry, I recommend that they reach out to us, industry organizations via the phone or email, and let us consult in the process that way. We have heard in several testimonies that that there are technologies available currently to help enforce the standard of bottom contact. And I'm imagining you'll hear more testimony about that today. And I was encouraged to see the list of participants at the workshop. I believe that the people online and in the room have an incredible wealth of knowledge. And when we put our heads together, and perhaps with direction from OLE and the council, I think we could really come up with ways to keep the fisheries fishing. We're not trying to close sectors down, but provide the tools and mechanisms to allow pollock fishery to execute their fisheries in a sustainable manner, as this also pertains to habitat. So, Madam Chair, I suppose I'll end there. And before I sign off, I just want to congratulate you on your chairmanship. Appreciate seeing you in the chair again. And Mr. Takata, congratulations on your appointment. And that concludes my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lesher? Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. When I'm looking at the three meeting outlook, this new 3-meeting outlook that was posted yesterday, I see for February, we're going to have the unobserved fishing mortality, the work group that's forming and will meet and give us a report. I see that pelagic trawl gear definition that's on the February, and Bristol Bay Red King Crab closure area, of course, is in February, which has a nexus to your testimony as well. So all three of those things kind of, you had testimony that you wanted to see all of that moving forward. It's on our meeting agenda for February. It's all noted as tentative. Can I summarize your testimony just that on those issues, that what you're testifying to is that you'd like to see those items stay in February and not slide, or did I miss something else? Is there something else that you're concerned about? Because we'll of course take this up after public testimony. So I'm interested in if I got that right. It seems to me like your testimony was well covered. That's why I'm asking this question.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. And I guess when I speak to the importance of seeing this move forward in February, in the back of my mind, what I'm thinking is this is, I think, a much larger issue than just pertaining to the red king crab savings area. And I've heard discussion about expanding to the Bering Sea and potentially the Gulf of Alaska. And however, I do think that it is important that this council looks at that outside of just the red king crab savings area. What we have coming up in February is the red king crab savings area action item. I would like to see trawl performance standard tied together with that action item in February, and perhaps later the council can start addressing pelagic trawl performance standard elsewhere.
Thank you.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Lesher, just following up on that for a little bit more clarity. I'm wondering what you are expecting the council will be set up to address in February based on the way these things are currently teed up. I don't think, based on the council's motion in June, that we are currently teed up to suggest something like changes to gear measures in the red king crab savings area. But what's your expectation for where we would get? And I ask that partly to inform whether additional clarification from the council is needed, and given that it's not an agenda item for this council meeting, whether that kind of clarification or augmentation of what was put on the table last June needs to happen at initial review in February.
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, thank you for the question, and I think this is a really difficult one, and I will try to provide the best answer that I can. I do think that the council has been clear. However, the scope of this issue is broader than what came out of the June council motion, and probably more broad than what we're going to be seeing in February. As far as what we would like to see, I think perhaps maybe a report from Office of Law Enforcement to provide ideas, if not solutions, for enforceable trawl performance standard if the intent is to keep gear off the bottom, especially in the red king crab savings area, especially on crab grounds during molting and mating. I believe there's probably a much longer list of what we would like to see at that council meeting. And just to remind folks here, and I don't think you've forgotten it, but crab stocks are struggling right now. And we don't have the luxury of time, in my opinion. And so I would like to see the most efficient and meaningful actions to come out of the February meeting.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
Next up is Susie Zagorski.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, I'm Susie Zagorski. I'm the manager of the AFA Catcher Vessel Intercooperative. I will be speaking on my support of a portion of the AP's second motion under staff tasking, specifically the request for OLE to release a document that lists the current concerns as to why the trawl performance standard is unenforceable. First, I appreciate that the trawl performance standard workshop was held last week and accommodated the attendance and public comment from industry and other user groups. As the trawl performance standard workshop summary describes, many attendees had addressed and asked for clarification on what makes the trawl performance standard unenforceable. This is pertinent information that should have been included in the first workshop, since the goal was to receive feedback on how enforceability could be improved. It was also apparent that the organizers and industry had different understandings of the purpose of the trawl performance standard. Given these two observations, the workshop was not as helpful as it was expected to be, nor did it seem to achieve its goals. In conclusion, I recognize that there is no action in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab
alternatives pertaining to the trawl performance standard, but I am requesting there be clarification on why it is being considered unenforceable or what the criteria are to deem enforceability. And with that, thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I was able to listen to a portion of the workshop. Did you, from the catcher vessel fleet perspective, have options or ideas put forward on how to make the current standard more enforceable, or did you not get to that?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball. In my perspective, the trawl performance standard, it was unclear as to what the criteria was to deem it enforceable or not enforceable in its current description. So going into that, and I guess I'll back up a second. So that was my perception, both at the June council meeting and then also at the performance standard workshop. And so going into this, I was hoping to get some clarity from the organizers of the workshop as to why it is not enforceable and what we would need to revise it in order to achieve enforceability. And that was not presented. So therefore, at the time, I did not have any considerations or suggestions for revisions.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And then the second question is your support for the second part of the AP motion. So that support is predicated on there being another workshop prior to us seeing the actual analysis.
Through the chair, again, thanks, Ms. Kimball. That is, so to clarify, at the time of the AP motion, it was responsive to public testimony. And since then, there's been more consideration from our fleet and understanding the usefulness of another workshop prior to February enforcement committee meeting. And so I don't quite have an answer for whether I think another workshop should happen before the committee or not, but I do think that a document or a list or some type of information could be sent out prior to then explaining or clarifying enforceability. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Zagorski, and very related question to Ms. Kimball, so I hope I'm not out of order here, but following up on your response to Ms. Kimball's question, I think we've seen very clearly the potential downside of straying from our normal process to publicly meet and talk about important and somewhat controversial issues in front of this council. So I want to ask a little bit about the document that you just referenced. And so understanding you're not providing a specific recommendation about whether another workshop or whether an enforcement committee meeting takes place. I just want to clarify, are you suggesting a document be produced that's different from the February analysis for the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area Action?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Baker, for letting me clarify on that. I'm not necessarily asking for a separate document than the enforcement committee's recommendations in February. I think it could potentially be an addendum or something that could get added into, that could get discussed in the February enforcement committee meeting, or could be included in the future into the next Bristol Bay Red King Crab analysis.
Madam Chair, thank you. And that product, wherever it would end up, if I'm understanding you correctly, are you saying that that document would be a very clear presentation of the data supporting the conclusion that the current trawl performance standard is unenforceable, and just more essentially rationale backing up that conclusion? Is that what you're asking for.
Through the chair, yes, that's essentially what I would be asking for.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Therese Vicente, and she'll be joining us remotely.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Therese Vicente, and I am here representing the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And before beginning, I want to amplify and affirm the very important comments that Ms. Mactoyak Johnson made to note the inequity in this process and find ways to improve that. First, the Fish Commission is speaking in support of the Ecosystem Committee recommendations to move forward with the programmatic EIS. The Ecosystem Committee and our tribes have stated that tribes and traditional knowledge need to be a part of the PEIS process from its beginning because the current management system in the North Pacific is failing our Indigenous families in Western and Interior Alaska. The Fish Commission worked with the Ecosystem Committee to develop a comprehensive and precautionary purpose and need statement and range of alternatives, but we feel this was ignored by the Council in June, despite NOAA and the Council's repetitive appeals that precautionary measures are necessary for marine fisheries management as we're facing unprecedented ecosystem changes, and despite the administration's and agencies' stated dedication to environmental equity and justice. We want to note that the two alternatives that emerged from the Council's motion in June are inadequate. One of the alternatives was status quo, which we understand is required in the NEPA process, but choosing the status quo is unacceptable given the gravity of ecosystem change and impacts on Indigenous families we are seeing throughout the North Pacific. The only other alternative left for the Council to choose then is one that is not truly precautionary in our current situation. We ask that you proceed with accomplishing the programmatic as required by law and as recommended by the Ecosystem Committee, starting with initiating a notice of intent and developing a broad and specifically precautionary range of alternatives. We also ask that the Council establish on the record a commitment to understand and take definitive action to reduce and mitigate the impacts your actions are having on ecosystems, species, and communities of Western and Interior Alaska, particularly impacts on Indigenous Alaskans. While the programmatic is being completed, we ask you to develop and implement meaningful, responsible, and just management actions for the interim. We ask that you do this for this generation and future generations of our Western and Interior Alaska Native families. Moving on, I secondly want to touch briefly on the Council's motion under C4. And as said in previous testimony, it is quite alarming to hear that the next analysis may come back to the Council in your June meeting in Kodiak or even later. This matter is urgent to us and of utmost importance to our tribes, and it would be logistically most feasible for engagement in April in Anchorage. So we'd really encourage you and your staff to work to complete the analysis by April so we can move on to the next iteration of this very important action. And additionally, I just wanted to touch on the recommendation in your motion on C4 that industry come up with a proposal to include traditional knowledge in their IPAs. The Fish Commission wants to reiterate that traditional knowledge isn't a data point that can be folded neatly into an IPA or into a fisheries management model. Traditional knowledge is an entire way of knowing and being, distinct from, but to be held in equitable tandem with the councils, agencies, and industries' Western scientific and economic way of knowing and being. It seems to us unethical for industry rather than tribes to leave the charge to include traditional knowledge in their self-management plans. Moreover, the Council just adopted LK-TKS protocols and on-ramps to incorporate traditional knowledge into its process through direct engagement between tribes and the Council, not with industry. The Fish Commission is looking forward to collaborating with the agency and the state on responsible and sustainable chum bycatch management and finding more equitable ways to ground this process in our Indigenous knowledge and values. So in conclusion, I want to offer a connection between these matters because the council just spent several days hearing testimony on and deliberating management action on chum salmon bycatch. And it's also hearing multiple appeals to keep moving the programmatic forward. The Fish Commission sees these two issues as intrinsically interrelated. Without sustainable ecosystem-based and precautionary management of our North Pacific fisheries, there's no way our salmon or the many other species struggling to adapt to climate change and withstand human fishing impacts can be sustained and restored. And in essence, fisheries management cannot be considered sustainable if sustainable does not include providing for our Indigenous way of life, as well as the health and biodiversity of our ocean to rivers North Pacific ecosystem. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up is Lauren Devine. Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Lauren Devine and I represent the tribal government of St. Paul Island. I have several things I like to speak to, so I've tried to make my comments on each brief yet clear, and I apologize ahead of time if I don't articulate something well. First, I'd like to speak to the council's comment to the advance notice of proposed rulemaking on the national standards. We're deeply concerned that the body in charge of managing our fisheries and helping crash stocks recover, like snow and red king crab, is the same body that has both analytical documents flagging unobserved fishing mortality as a potentially significant source of bycatch mortality, and also has submitted concerning comments to the federal government asking for unobserved mortality to be removed from the guidelines on reducing bycatch. The only way to honestly manage fisheries on a sustainable basis is to account for all removals. As previous testifiers also mentioned, over 6,000 comments were submitted to that Federal Register notice, a majority from Alaskans that are concerned with and ask for bycatch reductions. We request that you send another comment letter to the National Marine Fisheries Service on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking to express the guidelines regarding national standards 4, 8, and 9 should not be weakened relative to the definition or management of bycatch, and that's imperative that existing guideline language relative to bycatch accounting and disposition be retained. Unobserved mortality of species by caught but not harvested should be considered and included in the guidelines. The letter should also support incorporating equity considerations in National Standard 4 guidelines, updating National Standard 8 to enhance consideration of new entrants, historically underserved communities, and climate impacts, and reiterate that council support for retaining the place-based definition of community, the existing use of fishery dependent over fishery engaged. And I believe that public comment at this council meeting identified support for revising the guidelines to reflect the national commitment to the equity and environmental justice EEJ principles, as well as renewed efforts to provide for our nation's fishery dependent communities with particular attention to meeting the needs of new entrants, residents of underserved communities, and those on the front lines of climate change. So we like to strongly support incorporating these updates to the national standards guideline through another comment letter. Moving to trawl performance standards, I want to support the comments of previous and subsequent testifiers and the dozens upon dozens of Alaskan residents and general public's recent comments around this agenda item regarding the performance standards. We know now that pelagic trawls are not in fact pelagic. How can a midwater trawling have any bycatch in it? Is there such a thing as midwater crabbing? No, because crabs are not in the midwater. Last April, a report by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council revealed for the first time in writing that pelagic trawl gear is actually on the bottom almost all of the time. Public comments at this council have long expressed deep and consistent concern for time on bottom in pelagic gear, and it's long past time to take a serious and honest look at the mismatch of definition and classification and the reality of contact. We also support making publicly available the explanation and exploration of enforceability, which can be improved upon by the wide diversity of experienced industry stakeholders with significant expertise for future work on this issue. Finally, I want to speak briefly to the programmatic EIS. I echo previous testifiers' comments on the status of the purpose and needs and alternatives of the EIS. We would like to highlight and support the Ecosystem Committee's minutes, which express concerns between the changes that were made to the language and the alternatives at the June council meeting, and request that the council reconsider those changes and realign them with the original recommendations. We advocate for the programmatic EIS to explore alternatives with precautionary management and include traditional, indigenous and local knowledge and subsistence data and information, amongst other things, into this EIS. If adaptive management means conservation, we hope to hear more of this specifically, rather than the use of adaptive management to indicate agility to maximize TAC and harvests. As Ms. Bankin said, adaptive does give many of us pause and concern. And this was important enough for the Ecosystem Committee to choose words, the words that it did, and we strongly prefer the alternatives to look like the original rather than what the council modified them to in June. With that, I'll say thank you for the opportunity to speak to each of these topics. Sorry for that. No, that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Devine. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I will try not to ask the same question, but on the programmatic EIS, I listened to the Ecosystem Committee meeting, back in May, when they spent time discussing, well-used time discussing the purpose and need statement, what the process should be for the programmatic, but they did not provide any changes to the alternatives. It was status quo. It was a less precautionary ecosystem-based management or more precautionary ecosystem-based management. And in particular, they said that, the council will probably spend time on this and we will get scoping done and modify these alternatives. But there was not a lot of time spent on these alternatives. So in fact, the council went forward saying, I don't think a less precautionary policy is realistic. Nobody's going to choose that. That's disingenuous. And went forward with maintaining our current ecosystem-based policy or a more adaptive one to deal with uncertainty that includes climate and more tribal concerns. So I am just so confused, and sorry you're getting the brunt of this, on why we would go back to these old alternatives, not recognizing anything that we just put in the purpose and need statement, and recognizing that the Ecosystem Committee itself said, well, this needs more work. And if it really is a matter of adding the word precautionary, then I guess I just need to hear that again. And I apologize for the frustration in my voice. That is inappropriate. I'm sorry, Lauren.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So I will change my answer, my testimony. Adaptive, as has recently been indicated through recent previous council meetings, let's say, and management body groups within this management body, give our organization and others pause and a little bit of concern, as the way that it has been used seems to indicate to us that the intent is to become more flexible in maximizing tax catches in an unpredictable system in a way that is going to threaten the ecosystem. And I can try to explain that in a different way if that didn't make sense, but let me just finish with this. So less precautionary, as we heard in a previous question to a previous testifier, is not reasonable. I think the way that the alternatives were discussed as more and less precautionary mean we're going to be precautionary. Not that we would be less precautionary than we are at this moment in management, that there would be a very conservative or precautionary approach, and there would be one that is less precautionary than that alternative. That is what I understand as the alternatives. And I appreciate that, because I think we have to be very precautionary. And I think I think in general, this needs more discussion for
what the alternatives will read. I don't think that status quo is great. And I would advocate for multiple alternatives that are very precautionary and cautious in their approach, given the uncertainties with climate change, fisheries collapses, all of the things that we are dealing with that we cannot control. I think it warrants looking at this full programmatic EIS in a way and really constructing these alternatives in a way that is precautionary. And so the alternatives of less and more, I think I'm reading those as status quo and two precautionary approaches, one of which is more precautionary than the other. And maybe that's where the frustration is coming, because that's not how you're reading it, or anybody else at the council is reading it, maybe.
Thank you. I appreciate you walking through that. My understanding of NEPA is that the action alternatives are in comparison to status quo, to no action. So if we have an action alternative that says less precautionary, it's less precautionary than status quo. And that doesn't seem to be what people are testifying to. So if it was in that vein, is that still something you'd support?
So through the chair, thank you for that. And I apologize by changing what I'm saying. Overall, the programmatic EIS needs to have alternatives that take a very strong ecosystem-based management lens at how precautionary we need to be. I do not think we support a less than status quo precautionary approach. Speaking for the tribal government, I will say, not other testifiers.
Thank you. Thanks for engaging in that discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Not a question, just a comment that for the record, I think that your testimony, Ms. Kimball's question, your response really got at the hub of the sort of the flyby that's really going on here. And so I just wanted to acknowledge both of you for doing that. This is an important thing to get to clarify at this stage in development of the programmatic. And I think that the discussion back and forth really got to it, and I really appreciate that. I think I even walked away with a little bit more insight, and I thought I'd been through this. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. Appreciate it. Next up is Teresa Peterson, and she'll be joining us remotely. Ms. Peterson, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, I think I got it.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You picking me up okay?
I think so. You're coming in a little muffled, but we'll give this a try.
Okay, and I've got an echo on this end, so I'll do my best. Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Like others you have heard from today, we will be speaking to 3 items today: the programmatic national standard guidelines and the trawl performance standard. We had the opportunity to review the conceptual proposal provided by staff, and it looks good and will certainly support development of the PEIS. To meet the intent of funding to support fishing community resiliency, funding to strengthen capacity to address gaps in social impact assessments could strengthen council's understanding of community dynamics and enhance knowledge of management needs to better serve underserved communities. In order to shape the purpose and need and alternatives to move the programmatic forward, while seeking additional funding to support the work, we encourage the council to dedicate space for the public to provide input on the council's purpose and need and alternatives. There were some significant differences in the purpose and need and alternatives for the programmatic developed in the Ecosystem Committee. There was extensive public input to the Ecosystem Committee stressing the need for alternatives which consider a precautionary management approach which is inclusive of traditional knowledge and subsistence needs, which is currently not included in the alternatives. We recognize precautionary language is included in the EBFM policy statement, but including precautionary language in the alternatives should be considered as well. We're encouraged to see the programmatic tentatively on the December agenda and encourage the council to formally set that and provide space for the public to weigh in after reviewing the purpose and need and alternatives shaped by the council. This will support keeping this action moving forward prior to an NOI and help meet the timeline for potential IRA funding. The overall importance and value of forward progress on the programmatic should not change despite NEPA changes and seeking additional support through an IRA funding proposal. Next, I wanted to speak in support of the council sending additional comments to NIMS regarding the national standards. I do recognize it was a relatively short timeline to provide input, but one of the beneficial outcomes is that we have all had the opportunity to get a sense of what elements in the guidelines have broad acceptance to retain, and the council has additional understanding from a diverse representation from Alaskans on what aspects of the guidelines would benefit from improved guidance language. Council comments in regard to maintaining the definition of a fishing community and continued recognition of dependence are reflective of overall comments from Alaskans, and we appreciate the council's support for maintaining language and provisions which support dependence on the fisheries resources for place-based fishing communities. We encourage the council to voice support for revisions which support bringing equity considerations into National Standard 4 guidelines, which indicate support for this important identified need to improve management systems. Updates to the National 4 guidelines could address significant equity and environmental justice related to challenges facing NIMS and the councils, while clarifying the ways that management approaches could integrate climate change impacts to fisheries. This will help support fishing communities as they relate to existing National Standard 8 language that seeks to minimize impacts to fishing communities with management actions that support the sustained participation of fishing communities with dedicated access to the fishery resources adjacent their communities when making allocation decisions. National Standard 8 would clearly benefit from language which seeks to enhance consideration and recognition of the need to provide for new entrants, historically underserved communities, and climate impacts which often hit hardest on the underserved communities. And finally, guidance language must at the very least maintain provisions in National Standard 9 which recognize that sustainable fisheries management must consider all sources of fishing mortality and recognize them as bycatch as a result of fishing encounters. Unobserved fishing mortality as a result of commercial fishing activity is a source of bycatch and should be recognized as such. We recognize the council needed to send comments before the deadline, but in your letter, you did leave room to share additional comments. And again, we ask and encourage you to do so based on public comment and extensive public input from Alaskans to the ANPR. And finally, we believe it's critical to revise the trawl performance standard so it's clear, enforceable, understandable, and meets council objectives. Is there a problem? We believe the answer is yes. There is a big problem and it needs to be addressed. Council direction to revise the standards should inherently include revisions that are not linked to existing language. The use of crab abundance and animals to provide accountability for time of bottom of pelagic trawls is not an adequate accountability manner. Use of crab abundance provides no avenue for accountability measures in habitat not frequented by crab. Technological improvements such as camera nets and sensors have advanced significantly in the last 40 years and could serve as a means to provide accountability which works, unlike what we have today. The current standard from 1993 is outdated and unenforceable, and it's time to revisit this in a comprehensive manner in the BSAI and the Gulf. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peterson. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Heather McCarty is up next, and she will be joining us remotely.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. This is Heather McCarty. I'm speaking for Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I'm not making a request at this time. I'm just going to address a topic that hasn't really been brought up during the staff tasking discussion, and that is Area 4 vessel caps. I know everyone knows that it was dropped from this agenda because of staffing issues. And of course, we were disappointed by that, but we're very pleased to see that it's being rescheduled for April next year. We obviously like it a little sooner, but I understand that the staffing issues are paramount. I was also very pleased to hear from staff that the analysis, the document backing up this action has pretty much been completed, and that they hope that they can release it quite soon after the February council meeting so that everyone will have a really long time to take a look at it. And that really helps always. So we appreciate that. The second thing, just very briefly, I spoke pretty strongly on behalf of CBSFA during B report testimony about the importance of the national standards guidelines. And we look forward to a good discussion on that topic by the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. I'm not seeing any questions for you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rebecca Skinner.
Thank you. Rebecca Skinner with Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA members operate primarily in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fishery, and I'm testifying today on the trawl performance standard discussion and workshop. I guess I would ask for council clarification on a few things in regards to the performance standard discussion. One is what areas are involved, which will help determine who should be involved in the conversation. And what are we discussing? Are we talking about the enforceability of the current standard, or is this really defining in a substantial way the performance standard? I think I'll put on the record my understanding of what the council motion in June said. And that way, if it's different than what the council intended, it would be really helpful to understand that. So my understanding was the focus was in the Bering Sea because this arose under the Bristol Bay red king crab issue, which by definition is in the Bering Sea, not in the Gulf. So I did not understand that the Gulf would be involved. The language of the motion also specifically talked about enforceability of the performance standard. So I interpreted that to mean the current standard, not a direction to come up with a different standard. I think you've heard in testimony, and those of you that participated in the workshop, that there was definite disagreement or lack of common understanding from the participants about what areas were included and what was up for discussion. Because I think it is very important and very helpful to involve industry in discussions, particularly when you're getting down to operational issues. For example, one of the suggestions that came up at the workshop was, operationally retaining all of the crab that might be brought on board, like in a bucket or in a tote. That's an operational choice. I wouldn't see that being part of a performance standard, but it's a suggestion that is going to come up when you have the right people in the conversation who understand operationally what happens on deck. However, I think we saw at the performance workshop that if you don't clearly define what people are supposed to be talking about, the conversations go in completely opposite directions. So it's no longer an issue of people disagreeing about the same topic. They're talking about different topics. And I think that was frustrating for everyone and not very productive. I guess I'll add, at the end of September in Kodiak, AWTA invited OLE to come take a look at trawl gear. And so we had a group of people there. And one of the things that I guess I'll note, because I think it's important, is that different people were using the same words in different ways in regards to the gear. And so when you're talking about gear and you're talking about performance standard, I think it's really important to be using the same words in the same way. And you're not going to get there unless you have the right people in the conversation. And that has to include industry. But again, I think it's really hard to have a productive conversation if people don't know what the scope is and what they're there to talk about. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Let's see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, Heather Mann won't be joining us today. Shannon Carroll's up next. Okay. Duncan Fields. We're going to go to Francis Thompson. He'll be our last testifier, but we'll circle back to Duncan. I thought I saw him in the room earlier. If someone could go check, that would be great. So is Francis Thompson with us?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the council. My name is Francis Thompson, Vice President for the Algonquin Tribal Government in St. Mary's, located 90 miles from the mouth of the Yukon River. I'm honored to be in front of you for the third time at this meeting. I went to a parochial school, and our teacher used to tell us, don't give up, keep trying, because third time's a charm. So, not really have an idea of what I should be talking about, but what I hear is a range of topics being talked about. One I'd like to testify on is consultation. As you know, chum is being intercepted not only in the federal waters, but also in state waters. And when I come in here to testify, I feel like or through the state process, although I come in looking at the big picture, which is when I'm looking at fish numbers from 750 to 1 million chum being intercepted. But when I go to testify, it's half in here and half with the state. So I'm hoping that looking at the council composition, that we do have some state people in there that you guys will talk about, the big picture, $750 to $1 million. How can you both work together to reduce chum bycatch? And that would be interesting. On the on TEK, traditional knowledge, this fishery did not start very long ago, and the knowledge I know was that pre-60s, the state of Alaska and the federal government kept at bay the domestic fleet and to protect our salmon fisheries in the state waters. But ever since the inception of MSA and the domestic fleet coming in, our fisheries has really plummeted. So that's traditional knowledge from me that, 50 years. The tribes, looking at your date for June and in Kodiak, we've heard testimony on tribal consultation. I think it would be a good time if in April, there was a discussion about June being a target to get that information together to pass on to the tribal consortiums. There are 12 of them in the state of Alaska. If you pass that information on to them, they generally have meetings in September. And a lot of them are consortium driven, so they need a majority vote of the tribes to, pass on an issue. So if you give them opportunity and time, they'll talk about it. When they do meet together, they'll vote on it and hopefully come back to you with, a consortium vote for or against. The EIS would be good to hear, but what is immediate right now is we need performance, better performance standards than what is going on right now. So with listening to the process here, it would be good to advise the fleet, the industry, that it would be a good time to show what you can do, to perform now, and show us. We got alternatives up here, and that we're going to be talking about. Show us that you can do it, and any one of the alternatives, prove it. At 280, they done 280,000. They worked hard to get there, and it could be done. The socio-economic impact in our region is a very sad story. We've lost our fishing industry, and nobody's got hopes for or expecting, a summer fishery. It's gone. It's a story. And with that, lots of human things going on, suicide. We used to supplement our subsistence activity with the mere income we got from our commercial fishery. It bought the gas and oil to go out to go get our food from the land and the rivers. It's high, and through this process here, we're slowly dying because no more fishing. And what's to speed it up? Suicide. We can go out there, like I mentioned, those people that really need the salmon, that don't have the income to go to the store. Like, should I tell them, go out and fish, do what you used to do, feed your family if you need to. Nobody's going to pay you, like I mentioned in my earlier testimony. There are the industry talked about various means and methods for harvesting pollock. One was excluders on their a trial with an excluder. I don't know how much of the fleet is using that, or is it something that you can tell them, the whole fleet use your trawl gear with excluders. And looking at the slide on the the show on the excluder being dragged, the trawl being dragged, you see all the pollock all backed up at the end of the trawl there, and these poor salmon swimming like hell, going up, and they see that red tag up there, they go out. So they're fishing, they're swimming fast. So maybe slow down the trawl some, so the salmon don't have to struggle to get out, some ideas there.
Mr. Thompson, I apologize for interrupting, but you're past your time. If you have a summary comment, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, our chairman is Miss Flora Falcon. And when they voted to send me in, she told me to participate in a meeting process and do the best I can to present our concerns. And she told me to stay to the end. And I tried my best. And Madam Chair, can you please excuse me so I can go home? It's been a long 10 days.
You're not the only one asking that. I would like to ask the council if there are any questions for you before I do that, though. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, and I apologize for keeping you here a minute longer than we have to, but you had mentioned earlier in your testimony about presenting something to the different village council presidents. There's apparently a number of those organizations that represent different tribes. And what I thought you were saying was that if we work on the CHUM document and it cannot come back until October, that if it was possible to get a version of that in June and to give it to those organizations, that then they would have plenty of time to review it and comment on it. Was that what you were getting at in regards with sharing information with those organizations?
There are 12 consortiums in the state, and from that they derived the 12 regional corporations, village or regional corporations. So there's 12, and then there's 12 tribal consortiums. Guess you can call them the dirty dozen. I don't know. Yeah, they meet in September, and any kind of information that you can provide to my tribe, for instance, we'd have a starting document to look at, and maybe I could look at that as some course of direction for for us to start looking at and talking about. In June would be a good date for anything that can be presented to them. If you don't have anything ready in October, at least talking points are out there. And it's hard to come in blind, kind of, so.
Thank you. And you did a great job representing your group here. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have another question for you, Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Thompson. I'll add my thanks. And also thank you, did an excellent job representing your organization. So I hope you will pass that along to your chair. So
It's
thank
on
you.
record.
I also wanted to clarify the very first comment that you made in your testimony today. And just clarify for you that on this council for federal fisheries management, I represent the state of Alaska in terms of I represent the commissioner of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And so I think your first comment, you were sharing that you participate in both the state of Alaska Board of Fisheries process and of course this federal fisheries process. And so can you just please repeat for me your recommendation in terms of kind of a comprehensive look at both the state and federal fisheries that intercept chum salmon that of course affects your community. What was your suggestion for the state and federal fisheries management processes for us, please?
The point, Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, to the chair, the point I was trying to make there was that as we participate on each forum, we're asking the entities to reduce bycatch or interception. But it's like fighting half a battle because my full battle is the total number of bycatch caught in the state fishery and in the federal fishery. So my battle, I need to make mention that, I'm looking at 750 to 1 million plus chums being intercepted. But when I come here, it's 350 or less. And when I go to the state, it's 500,000 or less. So having said that, the federal and the state fisheries combined, is affecting my region, the total bycatch. So what I'm asking or was saying that, this body and the state need to sit down and talk and say, okay, how can we get the fisheries back in AYK region? Like I mentioned, our fishery in the AYK region is starting to become a story, something like that. I hope I answered your question.
Through the chair, Mr. Thompson, yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time.
So
You
I
may
can
be
go home.
excused. Yes, you may. Until next time. Okay, our last testifier is Duncan Fields.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Duncan Fields, and I'm here testifying on behalf of Cape Barnabas Inc. and Uzinki Community Holding, which are the CQE programs in the Gulf of Alaska. I smell lunch, which is never a good thing when you're testifying before the council. I'm here to ask the council to initiate a white paper regarding the information presented to the council by Todd Loomis under the B reports to modify trip triggers and reduce regulatory discards in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. Those of you that served on the council will see the irony of me supporting a trawl proposal, particularly from the Amendment 80 sector. But this is good, solid information from the industry as a way to better utilize bycatch. And I talked to the council in April with regard to better utilization of bycatch. At that time, the state wanted to work through their bycatch council to develop some priorities for better utilization of bycatch. I'm part of that process through the bycatch group. But here and now, the council has an opportunity to move forward with something that the industry has brought forward. And I would encourage you to initiate a white paper relative to this issue in a short period of time. I think we could see bycatch, better utilization of bycatch within this sector simply by some regulatory changes. I was amazed reading through Todd's paper how complicated all of the trip triggers and accounting methodologies are depending on species and season and so on and so forth. We can clean that up. Let's initiate a white paper to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair, council members.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fields. I'm actually not surprised. You've been really consistent as both a council member and then following that, particularly in your work on the governor's bycatch task force, you've been really consistent about we should be finding ways to reduce the amount of discards and increase the amount of the seafood that we catch that actually goes into the food stream. And I have always appreciated that in you. And so my question is, this is one thing that I think we can do that we should be looking at, and appreciate your support for that. From your position, particularly when you looked at this on the bycatch task force, what do you suggest for the council in terms of continuing to look for areas where we can do a better job of ensuring that the fish actually end up in the into the seafood supply stream and ending up on consumers' plates?
Thank you, Mr. Troy. I know it's lunchtime, so I'll be brief. I think that we need to start with an overall policy, both at the North Pacific Council, but for U.S. fisheries generally, that if you catch it, you keep it. And we work back from there, knowing that there'll be some exceptions. But if we start with that umbrella policy, I think we can develop numerous regulatory changes and develop the details needed to determine how it's processed, who gets the revenue stream from bycatch that would otherwise be discarded. So I think we need to start at an overarching policy level to say, in this day and age, we shouldn't throw away good protein simply because it's caught with the wrong type, the wrong time, or you don't have enough of a target species to cover for it. Having said that, Mr. Twite, I've been deferential to the state in the state process to recommend their priorities relative to addressing the bycatch issues. My advocacy has been for better bycatch utilization, but I respect that the state may have other priorities to bring to the council as part of that overall discussion. But within the state discussion, I will be continuing to advocate for better bycatch utilization. I trust that answers your question.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. So that concludes public testimony on staff tasking. I think we'll break for lunch, come back at 1:05 and continue our discussion. Thank you. staff tasking. We have a couple things on our list here that we've identified, and we'll see if anything else comes up, but I'll ask if the council wishes to take any action. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff. And it's probably just wordy enough. I'll let it come up first. Okay. The council appreciates the NIMS, The council appreciates that NIMS is preparing a discussion paper concerning MRA management. The council recommends that the discussion paper include a description of the complexities resulting from the current regulations for vessels participating in multiple fisheries and in multiple management areas, potential regulatory changes that could be made to modify trip triggers for the purpose, for the purpose of calculating and determining MRA calculations, potential changes to applying MRAs offload instead of instantaneously, how those changes could reduce regulatory discards and compliance considerations for vessels that are subject to unforeseen medical or mechanical issues during a trip. And with a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Thank you, Madam Chair. The council appreciates NIMS's interest in potential regulatory changes to clarify and improve MRA regulations. The MRA regulations are a complicated web developed over several decades that could be streamlined. Revising these regulations could potentially reduce regulatory discards resulting from the current trip triggers and greatly simplify and improve compliance and enforcement of MRAs. Reducing regulatory discards is a recommendation from the Alaska Bycatch Task Force. It's consistent with NOAA's new National Seafood Strategy and is a long-standing objective of this council. Revising MRA regulations to minimize regulatory discards meets these goals. Multiple instantaneous MRA calculation periods complicate tracking and enforcement, and simplifying those regulations would aid vessels and operators in and enforcement. Under current regulations, vessels can be subject to regulations that require both the mandatory retention of a species such as pollock and also be required to discard that species once an MRA is reached. Vessels in this situation face potential enforcement action if a trip is cut short for unforeseen mechanical or safety consideration. That is clearly not the intention of the MRA regulations. My understanding is that this discussion paper will come back to the council for further review at a subsequent meeting for consideration as a possible regulatory amendment. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Ms. Vanderhoven's motion? Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. And I think you spoke to this, but just for maybe council members or members of the public that aren't quite as well versed in the details of maximum retainable amount management, is my understanding is that your motion would essentially support the work that National Marine Fisheries Service already notified the council that they're working on, as well as the topics captured in the proposal that we received in public comment related to the work that NIMS was already doing. And so this comprehensively addresses the issues that NIMS was intending to focus on initially in addressing this topic, as well as the specific recommendations we received in public comment. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker. Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Any comments on the motion? Okay. I'm going to give this a try. Oh, Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, thank you very briefly. I'll just express my support. I think it's been well spoken to, again, starting in the B reports with the NIMS management report and through public testimony and by Ms. Vanderhoven. I think this this is entirely consistent with a step towards an iterative approach to improving our management, reducing regulatory discards, and really appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Vanderhoven for offering this. I identify strongly with Ms. Baker's comments and just want to encourage industry, particularly industry that are organized into cooperatives, to consider what can be done within the cooperatives to help reduce discards while still achieving the basic objectives of the MRA program. And so I hope that industry will take advantage of this opportunity to contribute to this discussion paper, some of the ideas that they have that may move us down the road.
Seeing no further comments, appreciate your motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll also be in support of it. So I'm going to try this, see if there's any objection to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Okay, the next thing on our list was potential follow-up discussion on the performance standard workshop. Is there any discussion the council would like to have on this? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will kick this off. I know this has been a topic that's dominated this council meeting. I will try to provide as clear and concise description as possible of my intent as the motion maker in June under the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area motion in terms of what the council intent was for the request to NMFS and the enforcement committee in consultation with industry to identify ways to revise the pelagic gear performance standard to be enforceable. Then the motion goes on to direct NMFS and the enforcement committee to provide to better understand and evaluate the issue. The council requested specific information such as a full-time series of pelagic gear crab PSC after the large mesh introduction in 1993, and an accurate description of catch accounting issues for observers, including the annual number of annual violations in the same time period, 1993 to 2023. And we were clear that we were requesting this information to be incorporated into the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area analysis, specifically into Section 4. So that's just a reminder of what the council motion was with respect to the issue that ended up resulting in a trawl gear performance standard workshop at this meeting. And I just want to be clear that as the maker of the motion, that my intent for that request was the narrow interpretation of asking NMFS and the enforcement committee to consider and incorporate into the analysis the current trawl performance standard regulation that prohibits the presence of 20 or more crab above the threshold size limit at any time while directed fishing for pollock using pelagic trawl gear. The analysis that was presented to the council in June on this particular topic, quite frankly, the information presented to support the conclusion that the current trawl performance standard was not enforceable. I think a lot of council members and members of the public could not connect the dots with the data and information provided to support that conclusion. And the motion was intended to essentially ask for a little bit more information to be included in the analysis to help the council understand if the supposed unenforceability of the current 20 crab performance standard was a current management problem that needed to be addressed for our ongoing fisheries, or was something that should be incorporated into the Bristol Bay Red King crab savings area. I was not clear on the scope of the supposed problem related to the performance standard. From my perspective, what the June motion did not request is that NIMS or the enforcement committee or any of other of our staff evaluate the trawl gear performance standard such that it does or does not meet council objectives, or to seek input on other types of performance standards. That in my view, that's the council's job. And I would not want to put the enforcement committee or our staff in the role of doing that. And I think as we continue to hear through public comment and in other venues, members of the public very clearly want the council to discuss and that particular issue in terms of policy considerations associated with the current performance standard, if it's meeting our conservation objectives, and if we need to consider something else. And I understand that desire among members of the public for the council to do that, but the appropriate time for the council to do that is in a public open council meeting. And the next time the opportunity for the council to do that and have that conversation is in February. And I am not, if hindsight's 2020, if I had to go back and do the motion again, of course, I would want to be more clear, and I apologize if it could have been more clear, and I look forward to council discussion and perhaps questions, but I just really, I understand folks were looking for clarification, and so I tried to provide that clarification to the extent I could. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions to Ms. Baker? Any other comments on this issue? Mr. Down.
I think Ms. Baker was quite clear, and I followed that very well. So I do have comments on this also, but I don't have questions on Ms. Baker's statement. If somebody else does have questions, we should take that first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down, for that. Let's see if there are any questions for Ms. Baker. Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Down.
Thank you. This is something I've thought long and hard about, going back to, a long time. And I appreciate Ms. Baker's motion in June, and I appreciate the workshop that took place, and I appreciate the clarifications on her intention on that motion, which I followed well. I think and also I appreciate and agree with the concept that perhaps the best time to take up some of these broader issues on this is going to be at the February meeting. And so I'd like to, if anybody has input on that. We heard a lot in public comment. I've got a lot of notes here. I certainly would welcome any input from industry or members of public as to what we should really do in June about some of the issues that we have. And just to be clear on what the issue is in my mind, outside of the scope of what Ms. Baker commented on, is we currently have some standards, and it's clear to me that the purpose of prohibiting non-pelagic trawl gear in the pollock fishery, the reason that we've prohibited the use of bottom gear in the pollock fishery, and we did that in 2001, was in order to prevent fishers from using pelagic gear to trawl on the bottom. So we now know that this gear is on the bottom a majority of the time. What percentage of that gear is on the bottom, I don't think we know. We know it's not 100% of that gear is on the bottom. It's quite a bit less than that. I think we know that, but we're not meeting our objectives. The council, the objective that was set in 2001 is not currently being met. This gear is on the bottom. It's in areas that we've designated as sensitive, and we've prohibited bottom trawling in those areas for a variety of reasons. And on the 20 crab standard, I think that it's a twofold question, really. There's the question of, is this enforceable? But in many respects, I think that's the wrong question, because it's certainly not the bigger question in my mind is not whether the 20 crab standard is enforceable, but whether it's really an indication of whether the skier's on the bottom or not. I'm not interested to continue to pursue a lot of whether this is enforceable or not enforceable. It's the standard we have, so I think we need to do that. But is this an indication of whether the gear's on the bottom or not? I think that's something that I'm interested in pursuing. And there is, and we need to identify, what are our conservation objectives around this gear and these prohibitions and the 20 crab is. And I think Ms. Baker spoke to some of that too. So I just thought that I would mention those things, and I think the right timing for this is probably in the February meeting, and I'm not trying to foreshadow, to use the Duncan Fields word. I'm not trying to foreshadow that I'm going to have a motion in February. I don't know whether I will or I won't, but certainly that's the time that we would want to consider that, I think. So thank you.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for speaking to this situation. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Enforcement Committee and folks in the Office of Law Enforcement and industry participants and others who participated in the workshop last week. I was there as well. And I think a lot of us found it a bit unfocused. I think participants were unclear as to what the council's objectives were for having a discussion around the performance standard. And at least what I picked up in the room was there was lack of clarity as to whether the aim of the workshop was to include operational issues on deck to enable a fuller, a more comprehensive count of crabs, or reconsidering the management objectives for the performance standard, or whether any modifications might apply to areas beyond the Red King crab savings area, including Gulf of Alaska. And there are a number of participants who were there focused on the Gulf. Similar to Mr. Downs' comments, to me, asking how to ensure that a measure is enforceable requires also considering the purpose of the measure and what it was intended to accomplish, and is it effective at accomplishing its goal. And my understanding is that a long-standing purpose of the Red King crab savings area has been to limit contact of trawls on the bottom, recognizing the importance of the area for crabs. The trawl performance indicator, trawl performance standard was meant to be an indicator of time on bottom, but as Mr. Down asked, is it effective? Is it effective at meeting that goal? So I would personally find it helpful to get input from our analysts and from industry on ways to limit bottom contact in the Red King crab savings area by trawls, including pelagic trawls. And that kind of input could lead to a variety of outcomes. It could be measures to have pelagic trawling continue in the Red King crab savings area off bottom, or conceivably it could lead to consideration of putting pelagic trawls in the same category as bottom trawls, and maybe they should not be allowed in that area. So I think that's something we should consider adding to the analysis for the Red King crab savings area action, although arguably not at this meeting for the reasons that Mr. Down described and Ms. Baker alluded to as well. And I recognize as Mr. Hendersheet noted in the workshop that pelagic trawls can't always be off the bottom, that they would not be effective. But there are some places where the council has set management objectives specifically to limit bottom disturbance. And in those discrete areas, I think this council should take a hard look at that issue. So I appreciate the opportunity for discussion of this topic here, and look forward to coming back to this in February.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your clarification on what your intention was in June. That falls in line with what my understanding was for going forward. And I don't want to get too far in the weeds here. We're going to have a lot of discussion in February, I can tell. But I think a lot of that discussion is going to boil down to Mr. Curlin just noted for us a couple times in his comment about the intention being to limit bottom contact, not to eliminate bottom contact. And I think that's the distinction that we need to come to an agreement on at some point, probably in February, so that we can move forward and take action on that issue.
Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, I had my hand up, so you were looking at me. But I think my comments are pretty similar to Ms. Vanderhoven's. Glad that we're gonna have a full discussion. I just wanted to remind that I thought the idea of us using the fishing effects model was in part because we recognized there was bottom contact by both pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic gear. And then we used the fishing effects model to see what kind of impact it had on the bottom habitat. So I guess I just don't really like the characterization of this as a big surprise. We've been using that model for several years. And we can look at the history of, why pelagic gear was prohibited in the Bristol Bay nearshore trawl area and why it was allowed in the red king crab savings area. There were very clear distinctions that councils prior to us were making on their understanding of maybe not no impact on bottom, but limited versus fuller impact on bottom. So I don't, maybe I shouldn't have said anything, but we're having a discussion, and I just think a full discussion when we get in February, and not trying to kind of rewrite the history of these actions, but maybe we can come together with some really good information to further the same objectives that I think we all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other discussion on this issue? Okay. Seeing none. Okay, the next thing. So the next thing we have on our list, Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've sent a motion on the use of scales in the sablefish A-share fishery to staff, and I'll wait till that's up on the screen, and there we go. The motion is the council directs staff to initiate a discussion paper addressing an option for sablefish A-share IFQ holders to use flow or hopper scales when participating in the sablefish fishery. The paper will explore potential operational and management impacts of utilizing National Marine Fisheries Service approved scales as an option for accounting for sablefish harvest, outline potential challenges to facilitating their use in the fishery, and consider non-regulatory options to allow for their use. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I won't take too much of the staff's time. I want to commend I commend industry for bringing this forward at the B reports and for doing such a good job of circulating throughout the meeting and attending and answering questions that council members may have. So I think it's not a surprise that this motion is coming before us. I think we've all had an opportunity to consider this. The real issue is that these platforms are freezer longliners. They're fully, they have observers, full-time observer on board. They use National Marine Fisheries Service flow scales. It's just really a regulatory fix that the regulations currently say that the only thing that can go across that flow scale is cod, which made sense at the time that they were looking at putting approving the use of these flow flow scales on the vessels, it made a lot of sense that everything that was cod would go across the scale and everything that was not cod would go around the scale. But now in the sablefish fishery, these are the same vessels that do most of the A-share IFQ, which isn't a huge amount percent of the IFQ, but it is considerable, and they would like to be able to run their sablefish across the scale rather than have an extrapolation done based on the weight of recovery rates. And then especially when you're dealing with a lot of small fish and medium-sized fish, the recovery rates are kind of all over the board, and the estimate of what you've actually caught, which goes against your IFQ, can be skewed quite extensively. This would be a much more accurate way to measure that. I could go on, but like I said, I think that council members are kind of familiar with this issue. And so I'll stop there and see if there's questions. If there is, I'm happy to answer any questions that council members may have.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I have to admit, I'm not that familiar with this issue, and I just haven't had a chance to really dive into it too much. In terms of the problem that this motion proposes to address, can you give me a sense of the scope of the problem in terms of the number of vessels in the fleet affected by this particular problem? Is it a problem right now? Is it something envisioned? I'm sorry, I don't have that background information to help me decide about this.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number of vessels, but I do know the fleet fairly well. I would say that we're talking about a half a dozen vessels that probably are fishing A-share sablefish currently. The issue really is that they have these flow scales in place. They're not allowed to use the flow scales with sablefish, and so the accuracy of the estimates, even though they have observers on board, are based on the weight of finished product using recovery rates to get back to a round weight. And that's very inaccurate when you're dealing with a lot of small fish like they are right now. So because the recovery rates on small fish are quite different than what they've seen in the past. So I think that the answer to your question is yes, this is a problem now. These vessels are fishing. They don't feel like their estimates on their catch is accurate. That's coming off their IFQ. And if it's skewed in the wrong way, you're not going to get your IFQ pounds in by the time that so the estimates are off. I hope that answers your question.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. That was helpful. My second question, I believe I heard in public comment that the industry members putting forth this proposal that you're reflecting in your motion have had discussions with NOAA Fisheries Office of Sustainable Fisheries, and I just don't remember from the public comment. Are the regulatory changes that likely would flow from this action, is it what we might call a fairly straightforward regulatory revision? Is it going to involve a fair number of regulations that need to be modified? Just again, trying to get some sense of the scope of the issue that we're talking about here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I appreciate that question very much. I should have covered that in my rationale for the motion. I was trying to be brief, but National Marine Fisheries Service, not speaking for National Marine Fisheries Service, but National Marine Fisheries Service has recognized this as an issue. When looking at the volume of work that would be done, most of the work, in my understanding, would be done from National Marine Fisheries Service staff rather than council staff on regulatory change that deals with catch accounting. And I'd be happy to, if you'd like a further answer to that question, I'd be happy to ask Mr. Kurland or Ms. Harrington I'm reluctant to speak on their behalf, but my feeling is that they recognize this is an issue that needs to and have a willingness to try to help solve it. Thank you.
not really another question, Madam Chair, but really just to comment. And I appreciate that. And I don't doubt that that's the case, but part of what this council does in staff tasking is try to work through and prioritize the large number of issues that are important to a broad suite of people and determine what's possible with the staff capacity that we have. And I was trying to get a sense of that on this motion to fit it in with all of the other priorities that are in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think my question is probably a little bit better directed at the agency, either Mr. Kurland or Ms. Harrington. And the question I have is, I'm thinking about how we use vessel monitoring plans. That the regulation is pretty simple. It just requires an agreed to vessel monitoring plan before a vessel leaves port. And it's specified, the plan itself, instead of regulations, specifies everything that vessel needs to have and do relative to effective use of electronic monitoring on board, which is an integral part of catch monitoring system. Isn't this also this sort of thing, how flow scales are used? Isn't this also a candidate for vessel monitoring plan instead of a specific regulation that defines how the flow scale or the hopper scale should be used, what species it get used for, et cetera? And wouldn't that be a more adaptive way? We heard in a discussion of this that, for instance, Greenland turbot might be coming along as well in terms of the FL freezer longliner co-ops catch monitoring efforts that they anticipate hopefully having Greenland turbot fisheries again in the near future, and they'll need it. Instead of having them come back and ask for the regulations to be modified again in order to allow Greenland turbot, the agency merely modifies the vessel monitoring plans. Is that workable, or am I dramatically oversimplifying the tool as we use it in electronic monitoring?
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'll invite Ms. Harrington if she wants to address the broader issue on vessel monitoring plans. I would say on this general issue of the scope of the problem, how difficult would it be for us to address this? Where does it fit in with priorities? As Mr. C indicated in his testimony, asking for this discussion paper, he has worked with our monitoring branch, and we do see the potential for this to be an improvement. But as Mr. Down indicated, it's a relatively small number of vessels affected. So if the council wants to address this, I think it does feed into Ms. Baker's question about where this fits within the scope of priorities. And this may be beneficial, but certainly we've got no shortage of priorities and analyses underway. But Ms. Harrington, did you want to address the broader vessel monitoring issue?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, so it's Gretchen Harrington, and we can look at that in a discussion paper. I think that is a bigger change than just this one regulatory change contemplated by allowing sablefish to be used on the flow scale. But I think we are thinking along those lines of the concept also of, is there a better way to do this? And maybe it would be through a vessel monitoring plan. And we can look at that in the analysis or the discussion paper, just raise those ideas on what would be considered and the trade-offs with having something in regulations versus through that other tool.
Follow up then to Ms. Harrington, as you look at kind of the range of regulations that we have regarding tools that we use for catch monitoring and catch accounting, can you think of other instances sort of like this where something is very explicitly defined in regulation that if circumstances change, we'd have to change the regulation that might also be, or is this pretty much the only sort of instance that you know of where where this vessel monitoring plan sort of idea might be applicable.
So through the chair, Mr. Twite, so we think along these lines when we develop regulations, for example, the fixed gear EM program. And that's why we have these tools like CMCPs and VMPs. And I think going back and looking at regs that were developed prior to implementing these tools is a good idea. I do want to caution to echo what Mr. Curlin said as far as priorities. We've got some higher priorities in the immediate future. So this is not something that we could dig into in the near term, but I think we're always looking at what we do through that lens.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And maybe this is still for the agency, and it seems like maybe it's the distant past where we used to be able to put some of these types of issues for monitoring in these record keeping and reporting packages that we're dealing with multiple small issues that you still need a regulation change in order to deal with kind of a better way of doing things as things evolved. And do we no longer do packages like that this could be inserted into? Or when we looked at the IFQ omnibus package, we had a lot of record keeping and reporting in there. I know that we already did that in last year, so that's not a vehicle for this. I just question whether we need or could prioritize a whole new effort. So there's kind of two questions in there, maybe for Ms. Harrington.
Okay. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. We're looking at a number of things, and I think we probably want to do at least a brief discussion paper on this issue to make sure we understand it. But I think there are other things that we're envisioning we would like to change with the scale regulations. And so maybe we could bring this forward as a whole package. Again, we're in the process, especially in the monitoring shop, of doing trawl EM and implementing the cook inlet salmon and things like that are much more time critical and high priority. So we haven't sat down and talked about these types of things yet, but I think when we do, we will definitely look at it, whether we can do a combined action like you're talking about.
Mr. Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on that, even if this were lumped in sort of a general record keeping and reporting category, that doesn't solve the prioritization problem. It's still a matter of how we prioritize staff and resources to address issues like this. And as a general matter, the agency has recently put more emphasis on not using our general record keeping and reporting rulemaking authority to handle issues like this. So we look to councils to identify what the council sees as management priorities and to take action and put something up to a council vote most of the time, rather than the agency just doing that under our discretionary rulemaking authority.
I can appreciate that response. It just seems like such a convenient mechanism to deal with some of these smaller monitoring issues, but then it tends me to lean toward Mr. Twite's opportunity for, a vessel monitoring plan that could have a lot more flexibility than what we're providing now for a particular sector. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to comments, maybe a pathway forward. And are we ready to take a vote on this? Or I feel like there's still discussion to be had. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had sort of a similar feeling, but I realized we will get back to a little bit more discussion about just overall prioritization. And this really has to be done in the context of that. So I felt like as I heard Mr. Kurland and sort of thought through the issues, it's, you know, we find ourselves so often in this, got a great idea that ultimately could save time and effort in the future, but it takes work to get there, that we've got other things that are higher priority. I certainly support this at this time, moving this through. And then we just need to, as we visit prioritization, this meeting, December meeting, et cetera, continue to look for an opportunity. But I recognize this council has certainly identified some very high priority issues, a couple of which Ms. Harrington just mentioned, that have to occupy a lot of our bandwidth. And I certainly contributed my share to things that occupy our bandwidth as well. So at least my support right now is strong support for finding a time and a place where we can fit this in, but it's not one of the top.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that my biggest reluctance to bringing this forward from the very beginning, and we heard about this at the very beginning of the meeting, I've had a lot of time to think about that, was this exactly this priority issue? Is this really a priority, and how high of a priority is it? And so I could wait and bring this up in, you know, in June or October of next year or something, but Ms. Baker asked me a question. I answered the question. It's a problem now. The agency recognizes it's a problem now. It's a problem that needs to be fixed. I thoroughly explored the option of, isn't there some way that we can just do this without going through the council? And the answer I was told was no. So when I look at everything that's in the 3-meeting outlook, and I look at everything that's in the batter's box, I wouldn't prioritize this over any of those items. So I think it will go in that context, that we'll get to it when we can. The agency has a lot of priorities. They'll get to it when they can. And I don't see a way for the council to avoid this now that it's been brought forward, identified as a problem. We'll find time to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think there's sufficient conversation regarding the relative prioritization of this and looking for, you know, some opportunity to schedule sometime in the future once we have worked through some of our other very high priority issues. So I guess with that, I will ask if there's any opposition to this motion. Seeing one. So that motion passes 10-1. Thank you.
Noting on the vote that Ms. Vanderhoeven did not vote.
Oh, thank you very much. 9-1. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion relative to the staff paper describing IRA funding issues and the tying in the programmatic, further developments on the programmatic.
Okay, we'll wait for that to appear on the screen.
Thank you, Sarah, for getting that up. Thank you, Madam Chair. My motion is the council supports further development of the staff conceptual approach provided for the Inflation Reduction Act IRA funding, which focuses council action around the programmatic EIS and the development of subsequent analyses to implement climate resilient tools and pathways, building on council priorities and current initiatives. The council requests staff bring back in December a work plan for the IRA funding proposal, highlighting the scope and timeline for what might be accomplished with the IRA funds. The work plan should include a timeline and milestones for developing the programmatic EIS, including a proposed timeframe for an agenda item for the council to refine alternatives and discussion of how the NEPA process will be integrated with the programmatic EIS development. The council's objectives for the programmatic EIS continue to be providing considerable opportunity for tribal entities and stakeholders to contribute to the development and to maximize the value of the PEIS for the council process. With a second, I can speak to the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. The IRA funding presents a very great opportunity for the council to tackle developing a programmatic EIS with resources that are actually adequate for truly meaningful effort. And as folks will recall, we've had discussions around this table about the programmatic, about our ability to have the bandwidth to do the job that we would believe is important for this effort. This motion takes advantage of that IRA funding opportunity and is responsive to recommendations from tribal entities, stakeholders, and the ecosystem committee to continue to highly prioritize the programmatic EIS development. With this motion, the council identifies the potential resources to make the programmatic EIS a priority, both in terms of resources and in terms of timeframes. This motion also allows the council to identify the approach that will best balance the objectives of fully incorporating tribal entities and stakeholders in the programmatic EIS development with the requirement to meet the new NEPA statutory requirements. The current initiatives that I'm referring to in the motion include things such as the work the SSC is doing at present, the results that we anticipate from the climate change task force, and the product that has been developed and we've accepted from the LKTKS task force. Other relevant efforts that we anticipate can also contribute significantly to the programmatic and should be the development of the staff plan should be cognizant of, include work on the ACLIME project, the National Marine Fisheries Service Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, and the outcome of the upcoming national SSC meetings that we expect will address harvest control rule curves and how they can be used to achieve resilient fisheries in a changing climate. The work plan should also highlight the process of providing more structure and substance to the alternatives for the programmatic EIS and provide a timeline that is consistent with the expectation that alternative development is the next step in the programmatic EIS and that it needs to begin as soon as the council deems it practicable. The work plan should also identify any questions or trade-offs for the council that are identified by staff as they flesh out the plan. The motion does mention December or specify December as a bring back date. That's responsive to what we've heard in public testimony regarding this. It's also responsive to that this is a motion offered during staff tasking. And so we're thinking about things like timelines. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. Question about the penultimate sentence. You asked for a discussion of how the NEPA process will be integrated with the PEIS development. The NEPA process is the development of the PEIS. So can you clarify what you had in mind there?
Once again, I prove that I'm not the NEPA expert in the room. The concept that you're trying to express there, albeit technically not entirely correctly, is that the programmatic is really even though we're using programmatic EIS as a vehicle, it's really a larger conversation that we expect we'll be engaging with as a council, with tribal entities, with stakeholders, with others about the priorities and objectives for the council for the future and what will guide us as we move through this. That larger process doesn't fit well into the formal NEPA part of the process that begins with the notice for initiation of scoping and ends with the signing of the record decision. And so the concept that I'm trying to express here is that we anticipate, and I think this is really following the suggestion that I've heard you and others make, that we spend time before we begin the formal part of the process, the part that's subject to the regulatory guidelines, really preparing a solid foundation so that once we enter the portion of the process that can be deemed the formal NEPA process, we know where we're going and time is no longer our enemy.
Just to follow up then through the chair. So Mr. Twite, are you specifically intending to get at the sort of pre-scoping process before the agency proceeds with a notice of intent?
Absolutely, that there may be additional that we might want to think about putting in front, just in order to ensure there's adequate participation. Once that clock starts, it's going to be hard because so many things need to happen in a short period of time. Having the ability to have conversations, measured conversations is going to be constrained. So there may be other elements to that other than just the scoping that we might want to put in front. And I'm hopeful that we'll be thinking about that and staff will be thinking about that before December.
Other questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. This envisions the conceptual approach for kind of the competitive portion of the funding, is my understanding. And so it's kind of implicit that what Ms. Evans brought to us earlier about what we'll do with that initial $375,000 to get part-time council staff or limited duration council staff, that's implicit that that's already happening. We don't need further direction for that. Is that my understanding correct?
That was my intent, but I also am looking to the deputy director to make sure that I'm not missing something in that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I think that is our understanding in putting together this conceptual approach that guides the work that the council wants to do under this funding opportunity. But the first step for that is, as we outlined, largely doing a staff hire to be able to facilitate all of the work that comes under the funding that we hope to win through this competitive process.
Thank you for that. And then Mr. Curlin reminded me that there's the CCC meeting is happening starting tomorrow, and I think in 2 days this is on the agenda. So the assumption, of course, is that if we get some different guidance or something that puts this conceptual approach kind of out of bounds with what the agency's guidance is, we can revisit that in December if necessary. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments on the motion? Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess a question for, and maybe this is for Ms. Evans, as far as what you need from this motion. We could wordsmith this a little bit, or maybe this discussion is sufficient to reflect the intent, given that this is basically just support for staff's efforts in seeking IRA funding and process. So I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, I think we understand the intent of the motion, and it would be our intent as staff to work with your staff as well to work through the NEPA, to make sure we have an appropriate understanding of the timing and the options for us to integrate the development of a programmatic analysis with the appropriate NEPA requirements to support that.
Additional comments? Thank you for your motion, Mr. Twite. So I'll give this a try. Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that passes without opposition. Okay, so I think that that's all I had on my list. Any further discussion, council members? Mr. Metzger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to circle back around to the chum salmon analysis that's forthcoming. And I guess what I was hoping to do is see if the council would be willing to give the staff some leeway in terms of the schedule and have them explore any and all options to bring us back that document before June in Anchorage. I think there's perhaps some other ways we can look at this, but this may just not be the appropriate time and place to do it because I think it requires the executive director to get with the staff and to interface with Fish and Game staff and others to see if there's any way we can to exhaust all possibilities for bringing that back, not a year from now and not in June when that's unacceptable to Western Alaska tribal members. I just like to ask the council to maybe give that authority to the executive director and the council chair to determine if there's a way to do that. And if there's not, there's not. That's life. But I just, that would be my ask.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Metzger. I think this is the right time to bring this up, so I appreciate you doing that. I'm uncomfortable with going later than April for several reasons, most of which we've heard, but I'm equally uncomfortable trying to suggest any way to actually do that for the reasons that you were just outlining as well. But I think we've heard some really cogent arguments for why we should be giving stakeholders the opportunity to comment in April. Stakeholders, tribal entities, and others, the opportunity to comment, to provide us comment and feedback in April. Maybe there's a way of parsing this out and putting it into chunks or something that would allow for that. Maybe there's no way, in which case, fine. But at present, we've heard some pretty powerful arguments for why April makes a lot of sense. And so I'm wondering if we can give people time to think about how to meet at least a large part of that need. Maybe not all, maybe not entirely, but we heard some pretty strongly expressed opinions and some pretty, what I thought were convincing arguments for why April made sense.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also support Mr. Mesereau's concept. As Mr. Twite also just said, there's a great deal of testimony that emphasized the timing of this. And I agree with Mr. Mesereau that if we do the evaluation and we can't make an accommodation, then we be clear about why we couldn't do that and we go on. But I think it behooves us to go through that exercise. And if at the end of the day we have to articulate that it was not possible, then so be it. But I think we be sure we're able to say what the problems were, and we've given an effort and we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. Just quickly to weigh in, I just hope it doesn't come across as the strength of the argument is what would change this schedule, because I think that's not the case. I think the council's expressed that they wanted and expected this next version to be in April. And so we're trying to address a capacity problem with staff to get the amount of work done in the time that we have. So I fully support Mr. Mesereau's, implication that we allow the ED and we allow the chair to try to see if there's any way to make that schedule work or an earlier schedule than June. But I just don't want it to come across as it was for lack of trying or the strength of the argument and people's testimony. I think we all want it to be April, and we're trying to work around that limitation in staff capacity. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I agree particularly with Ms. Kimball's statements, and will only add that, as representing ADF&G on this body, will certainly participate in that process to evaluate as contributors to the analysis if there are ways to get that back to the council in April, because I share the desire to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, I was seeing head nods around the table as well. So we will have that conversation before the 3-meeting outlook is finalized. Thank you. Okay. Anything else from council members? I just want to acknowledge the IFQ committee report, suggestions, recommendations that we look for opportunities to potentially solicit new committee membership in the future. I'd like to give that a little more thought and reach out to some folks between now and the next meeting, and we'll circle back to that in potentially December, maybe February, depending on how time sensitive that is. I guess the only last thing is I know we haven't had extensive conversations on this during this meeting, but I felt it was important to acknowledge some of the public testimony that we've received about the ANPR and the proposed changes to the national standard guidance. Many of us also have reviewed the numerous letters from the public from Washington, Oregon, and Alaska, and the other regional councils, all of which contained valuable perspectives on the proposed changes. I want to be clear that this council wholeheartedly supports NOAA's policies regarding climate change and furthering equity and environmental justice in this process. And I want to very briefly clarify the council's primary concerns that it expressed in its comment letters. The first was, of course, the condensed time frame that this process was occurring, and that we, the public, and other regional councils were given to potentially modify critically important guidelines to which all councils are subject. We want to make sure that if the agency moves forward, it does so carefully and with sufficient time to avoid unintended consequences for the North Pacific or other regions. Additionally, from this council's perspective, the ANPR contained very little detail on specific language changes, unlike other processes that we've seen to change past guidance. The few specific revisions that we did note, like removing the place-based definition for communities and potentially removing dependency language, seem to have the potential to compromise some of the flexibility and adaptability that is critical to address many regional challenges, including EEJ and climate change. These particular concerns seem to be shared by members of the public who also testified during this meeting. So the agency was clear that we're going to have the opportunity to comment more in the future if scoping is advanced. And we will certainly plan to do so once we have more specifics on which to comment. We hope that the agency accommodates to the schedules of all regional councils when determining any future comment deadlines. so that we're able to ensure that we get the chance to hear from the public before formulating our written comments next time. Again, we appreciate the testimony that we received, and we just wanted to circle back on this issue. So thank you. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate your comments on that. I'd just like to remind the council and the public the purpose of an advance notice of proposed rulemaking. It's just to signal a potential intent to do rulemaking and to seek input and comment. So there was people shouldn't read too much into the substance of what was in the announcement, other than it's just a solicitation for that type of input. And I know that there's a very thorough effort underway within the agency to review all the public comments and consider a potential path forward. I also know that Assistant Administrator Coit is committed to getting input from the councils and the public in a very thorough way if and when the agency moves forward with specific proposals. And I believe the intent is to have a specific opportunity at a meeting of each of the 8 councils to give a presentation on any proposed changes and to engage in some discussion with the councils on that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Curlin. I appreciate that. Anything further? Mr. Williams.
I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership at this meeting. Job well done. And we stayed on time quite well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and thank you to council members and members of the public for your patience as I learn this new role. I appreciate it. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if I can go home now.
Yes, you're dismissed. Okay. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in December.